on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
We are live on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there, holy moly, Wednesday is here. This week's really dragging, is it not? Doug Pederson's back in town this weekend. He spoke today. Don't forget, you can listen to us on 97.3 ESPN Radio, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And as always, you can now watch the show live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. You can subscribe to the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel or the BFA Sports YouTube channel. Get the alert every single day when we go live with the video. If you're watching the show today, we always appreciate your engagement over there. If you're listening on the radio, 609-403-0973 is the text board, 609-403-0973. And if you're listening on the free mobile app, you can message us through the Message Us feature on the app. Now, one thing is for certain. We are going to get into the Eagles and the Jaguars, and Doug Pederson's back, and he spoke today, and Nick Sirianni talked, and Jalen Hurts and his improvement. Got my NFL Find 5, Ugly 5, giving my 5 best, 5 worst teams in the league. That's all coming up today on the show. You got to start with the Phillies' loss last night. Zach Wheeler on the mound, pitched well. The team just could not get anything going offensively last night. And it's the kind of matchup, the kind of series, the kind of thing we talked about, is you're playing against a bad baseball team in the Cubs. And these are sometimes the times of the season where you don't want to see these bad teams. You just take it as a rite of passage. Hey, we're going to take 2 out of 3, or we're going to get a sweep here. You got to get these next 2 because the panic button is getting hit all over the place. Philly fans are jumping off the wagon. And listen, I'm not saying I blame you. I get it. The Brewers lost last night, too. Nothing hurt, nothing really lost in this situation. The magic number's 7. You're in a no different spot than you were the day before, except for, I agree, it's frustrating. The offense didn't come up last night. It looked like a tight baseball team. It looked like a team that the moment was a little big for last night. I got to be honest. You went on the road. Now, listen, Wheeler pitched great. He gives up the home run, and he settled back in. The Phillies just could not get anything going with the offense last night. I took 1 positive, 2 positives, maybe 3 positives. There were some positives in the game last night. You know, every loss is not a lost night. But some of the positives that I take from the game, I think we need to at least address and bring up. I think that is fair, too. But the offense last night just could not get anything going. You know, against a guy, he's a veteran pitcher. And I think the Phillies looked a little tight last night. I do. I feel like it was a team that looked a little tight. I'm watching the game, and I'm thinking, all right, when's this offense? You know, they're down 1-0. And you're thinking to yourself, when is this offense going to kind of get that inning where they get going, get some guys going? And look, I've been waiting for the last couple of weeks now for the middle of this lineup to start carrying this team. Somebody else other than JT Realmuto. Can you give me something? Well, one of the few positives that the Phillies got going last night off Stroman, who really pitched well last night. 7 innings, 6 strikeouts, just 4 hits. Marcus Stroman pitched a good game last night. Tip your cap sometimes to the other guy. But Harper finally came up in a situation. He got the RBI double, tied the game up. He had 2 hits last night. It's the one positive offensively I can really take from the game. Nick Castellanos had a hit. They only had 5 hits in the entire night last night. I thought Wheeler looked pretty good. But here's a question I have about Wheeler. He went 6 innings. He threw 62 pitches. And now, I'm not saying that that's the reason they lost the game, but you brought Connor Brogdon in the 7th inning, and he gave up the second run of that game. You can make an argument that why wasn't Wheeler back out there? I don't know that I love Rob Thompson's answer last night about Brogdon. They didn't want to use certain guys. You knew your bullpen was a little short. Why doesn't Wheeler with 62 pitches maybe go into the 7th? I get it. Wheeler's coming back from the injury, but isn't this game pretty important right here to not have to use Wheeler again potentially down the road against the Houston Astros in that final series? He threw 59 pitches, I think, the last time he pitched, Zach Wheeler. Was it not fair to probably wonder if he could get to 75 pitches yesterday? Now, I don't think we're asking we're not splitting the atom here. We're asking for you to go to 75 pitches. Wheeler was 62. He comes out of the game. He seemed to be dealing. He looked pretty good. And Rob Thompson said after the game last night, who wasn't available? Dominguez wasn't available. A couple other guys. I know Dominguez was at the top of my head. So, listen, your bullpen was a little short last night. You got to go to Brogdon. Brogdon's been highly disappointing. He's a guy that I've really had a lot of faith or hope for. I don't want to say faith. I had a lot of hope for. I thought Brogdon could have been your Ryan Madsen setup kind of guy. He has been disappointing this year. And he gives up that run. And the run holds up 2-1, final. Left on base, 4. It's not like they had a lot of opportunities last night. Couple ground into double plays. Alec Boehm's really scuffling. Had 2 ground into double plays last night. Look, Philly's got to get it together. I'm not going to sit here and lecture you not to bail on this team. They have let you down enough that you can do whatever you want and handle it however you may at this point. I had some people tell me last night, I had a buddy of mine text me, says, I don't even want the Phillies to make the playoffs. This is what I'm going to get. Listen, this team needs to make the playoffs. Why? Because there is no recourse to fix it if they don't. You might say, well, what is making the playoffs going to do? Are they going to win the World Series? Probably not. But if they don't make the playoffs, they enter next season with what? How do they fix this thing? If they don't make the playoffs again, you're going to sit here and say, I don't want them to make the playoffs because there's no recourse here. You're not trading Bryce Harper. You're not trading JT Realmuto. You're not getting rid of these guys. Not getting rid of Schwarber. You're not getting rid of Castellanos. You're not getting rid of Wheeler. I doubt Nola's going anywhere. So if you don't make the playoffs, you're coming back with a similar group of guys. So you might as well enjoy playoff baseball and at least get the taste and hope that gets you to the next step in your development here. I think it's fair to be disappointed about what happened last night. You play against a team like the Chicago Cubs this stage of the season, you got to win the game. And if you don't, you better take 2 out of 3. You cannot come in tomorrow morning. I cannot come here tomorrow and say that Aaron Nola lost this game. Hey, Aaron Nola, this is your spot, dude. Everyone's questioning your September performances. Here you go. Shut them all down. Win that game tonight. Suarez on Friday. You got to go into this weekend. You have to go into this weekend with 2 out of 3. You know, I said it. 2 out of 3 in this series. All right? This is what I asked for. 2 out of 3 in this series. And 3 out of 4 against the Nationals. That's 5. Milwaukee would have to go 7-2. They lost last night. So they would need to go then, 7-1 over these last 8 games. They have 8 left. The Phillies have 1 game at hand. The Phillies get the game tonight. Coupled with a Brewers loss, if the Brewers lose tonight and the Phillies win, that's a big difference. And we had the Brewers game on 97.3 ESPN, so you can kind of check in on them to see how they're doing, right? You can check in on the Brewers. They were losing last night when the Phillies already lost. It was kind of like, all right, well, they lost. And I know that's not the way that people want. You don't want to back yourself in to making the playoffs. I totally understand that, but guess what? You guys are sports fans. You should understand. You could look horrible for a week in baseball. When the lights go on and the game matters the most, you might play your best baseball. And people are always like, well, this is the team you don't want to play right now. And then you get into that game when everybody said you were the team that nobody wanted to play, and then you don't play very well. Wasn't that the Eagles last year in the NFL playoffs? Oh, they've won 6 out of 7 or whatever it was. You don't want to play the Eagles. Yeah, they looked horrible. And that's why I'm not one of these people that are saying, you know what, I don't even want the Phillies to make the playoffs. Because if they don't make the playoffs, there's not going to be anything that changes. Sometimes when you don't make the playoffs, you can learn from it and kind of, all right, this is what we need. If the Phillies don't make the playoffs, what do you want to see happen? What's going to change? I don't know what can change if the Phillies don't make the playoffs. I don't know what they can do in terms of, well, we didn't make the playoffs. Let's do this. Outside of, okay, let's trade Rhys Hoskins. He's been here. We're not making the playoffs. Maybe we need to change that. Okay, fine. Gene Segura might not be here next year. His contract is up. Maybe it's them saying, hey, Bryson Stott, you're going to be our second baseman. We're going to make a run at one of these talented shortstops in the free agent class. Okay, fine. Alec Boehm, I would imagine, is not going anywhere. Kyle Schwarber's not going anywhere. Brandon Marsh is not going anywhere. Nick Castellanos is not going anywhere. Bryce Harper is not going anywhere. JT Realmuto is not going anywhere. So really in your everyday lineup, Rhys Hoskins, who's your two-hitter, and Gene Segura, who's been one of your more productive guys, they could both be gone. Now, I think a big thing would be if you added a shortstop and that guy was a middle-of-the-order type of player, okay, now you've changed the dynamics of the team. But that could happen whether they make the playoffs or not. That's not a result of not making the playoff. That is, hey, we do recognize that Segura's contract is up. How do we improve this team? Segura leaves. We got to replace him. We'll move Stott to second. We'll go get a shortstop. But your outfield's going to be the same. Whether you like it or not, you're going to get Nick Castellanos, Brandon Marsh, and Kyle Schwarber playing the outfield next year. JT Realmuto's catching for you. Alec Boehm's playing third. Bryson Stott's playing either second or short. Your only spots that are up in the air are wherever Segura is the shortstop or second base, wherever Stott ends up not going, and maybe at first base. Other than that, you're looking at the same team. So to sit here and say, I don't want them to make the playoffs, what are they going to do? Nothing. So get in and see if you get hot. It's asinine to say you don't want to make the team to make the playoffs. It's one of the most ridiculous things I think I've heard. My buddy texts me like, this team, I don't even want them to make the playoffs. I say, are you out of your mind? They haven't made the playoffs in how long? You think them not making the playoffs is going to make this thing change? Of course it's not. You get to the playoffs and then maybe you get knocked out in the first round like the Eagles did last year and realized when they got in the playoffs, they got a taste of how far off they really were. That's why you want to make the playoffs. Because if you go into the playoffs and get your ass kicked, you realize, man, we made the playoffs last year, but we're pretty far off from these other 3 teams or 4 teams or 5 teams or however many teams are letting into the playoffs at this point right now. 609-403-0973. Text board is open. 609-403-0973. Text board is open. If you're listening on the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, you can message us through the app on your phone. And if you're watching the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports on the BFA live stream, let us know. Geoff is watching on the YouTube channel. He says, you are right, Mike. The Phillies must make the playoffs. The good news is they will make it. You know, Geoff, I think they'll make it. I do. It's so frustrating when they lose, and then you have to sit with it for the full 24 hours and have everybody complain and complain and complain. It's baseball. Teams lose. It's frustrating in the moment because you'll score one freaking run. So, yes, but I don't care. Get into the playoffs. Get in, and hopefully when you get in, that's the week that you're playing your best baseball. Right now, you're not playing your best baseball. So if you ass backwards yourself in, that's fine. Just get in there. Just get in, and hopefully on the day when you need it the most, snap. And if it doesn't happen, you now know what you stack up against. If I'm playing Atlanta in the wild card round and they beat me 2 out of 3, I know now that I'm short. If I don't make the playoffs, I know that I'm short and I can't fix it. So not making the playoff to me is a bad precedent to set. Over on the text board, Mike, Thompson wanted Brogdon to start the inning, not have to come in with possible guys on base. Bullpen is bad, exception Alvarado. The bullpen was short last night. I don't think the bullpen's been bad. Listen, the bullpen bad was in 21, 20, 19, 18. Those were bad bullpens. This bullpen is okay. It's not elite. It's not the strength of this team. The bullpen's not bad. Look, you lose a 2-1 game, you should win that game. You give up 2 runs, you can't say to the team, hey, give me 2 runs a night. If I give up 2 runs a night, I should win 90% of those games. Come on, man. The bullpen, look, Brogdon did not pitch a great inning last night, but the bullpen was not. I can't sit here and say their bullpen's been bad.
Yeah, I can't blame the bullpen for the fact that we have gone now for almost 2 months without a healthy rotation. That bullpen has stepped up really big in a lot of moments. last night the bullpen didn't lose them the game. The bullpen did their job as far as I'm concerned.
Brogdon pitched the one inning and he gave up the run. I mean, listen, I'm not saying that they did the great job last night. I would have said, why not Wheeler for an extra inning last night?
Well, probably because he's on a pitch count or something still. I know they talked about...
Well, I thought the pitch count was 75. I thought that's what Frank said yesterday was that they were going to go to 75.
Yeah, but then after the game, I think Thompson said something like, well, it wasn't, literally a number. We were just kind of gauging him.
All right, well, there's no literal number then. I thought last week he threw 59. He was
Right.
at 62 yesterday. So that to me is not a lot of progress. That's 3 extra pitches. That to me doesn't sound like he made an incremental, jump
Right.
from 59. To me, 60 would be the number. 59, I know in your mind. 60 is where they probably said. And then the next part, you would go from 60 to 75.
Right.
Right?
You would think.
Why would you go from 59 to 62? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't sound like a lot of progression in my mind. To me, hey, you threw 59 last time. Let's see if we can get you about 75 this time. Get us one more inning, and then let's go from there. That doesn't mean they win the game. That's my point. I'm not sitting here being critical that they made the decision because I don't know that if I did it my way that I'm saying. It's just how I would have done it. And that doesn't mean they would have won the game that way.
No, it doesn't. And I think the larger question that has to be asked at this point is, can this team figure things out before the playoffs start?
Yeah,
right?
of course. Like, I'm not worried that if
It's
they
not
get in the playoffs.
It's not a one-game ultimatum.
I'm not worried by the fact that they lost a game to the Cubs, that if they get in the playoffs, just because they lost to the Cubs, that means they're not good enough to win. The Phillies have proven to me over and over again this season, they've beaten the Dodgers. They have basically beaten, I think they won the series with the Cardinals. I think the season series with the Braves, I think the Braves might have won by 2. I think it's like 8-6 or I don't know what. I think the Braves won 2 more games than the Phillies did. I mean, they swept them. It was 6-6. The Braves swept them. So that was 6-9, and then they split. So 8-11. I think the Phillies were 8-11 against the Braves. So it wasn't like the only team that dominated you throughout the course of the year was the Mets, and that doesn't matter either. I don't care what you did in the regular season against these teams. We talked about it before. 2015, the Mets lost every single game they played in the regular season against the Cubs. They went to the playoffs and they swept the Cubs. Everything you grew up with as a sports fan, everything that you taught yourself or learned as a sports fan growing up. Listen, I grew up in the 80s, 90s, 2000s watching sports, and we had these thoughts. It's so different now. Back then, there were really great teams. There were dominating organizations. Sports is now so much more of an even playing field. That 95-win teams, they're not much better than 83-win teams. Maybe they didn't get hit as hard with injuries. Maybe they played teams when they had injury problems. But for the most part, a lot of these teams are so evenly matched. There's so much parity in sports. So I don't care that the Phillies, I in my mind, I go with what the ceiling is. What's the highest level of play that the Phillies can give me? And when the Phillies play their best baseball, they're just as good as the Mets. They're just as good as the Braves. They're just as good as all these teams. Their roster's got enough talent that if they play their best, they're good enough to win a game against those teams. Now, can they win a series? That I don't know. Am I going into a playoff series thinking they're the favorite in any playoff series? I don't think so. If you're the third freaking wild card team, first off, you don't deserve to be in the playoffs because 3 wild card teams is abysmal. Major League Baseball didn't need to add a third playoff team. This is ridiculous. And you could make the argument that, well, the Phillies make the playoffs as the third wild card team. They don't deserve to be in anyway. They have been in the race for the second, and they're still kind of in that race, right? Where are they with the Padres right now? I know they're a game and a half up on Milwaukee. They are 2.5 behind San Diego right now. So, and by the way, Rich is listening on the free mobile app, and he puts this wrinkle into the mix. The weekend forecast for heavy rain Saturday and Sunday in D.C. Not good for the Phillies and the bullpen. Interesting to see what happens with the scheduled games, Rich and Brigantine. Think about this. The Mets play the Braves in Atlanta. They're talking about a lot of rain down there. They're talking about possibly having to move that series. Rich just brought up the possibility of rain in the Northeast. you might get a possibility of a lot of rainouts and doubleheaders and all sorts of. This thing could come crashing down the stretch they come. Down the stretch they come, a sloppy track.
Stumbling, fumbling to the finish line.
Jeez, my gosh. 609-403-0973. Guys, Boma's cold, Segura's cold. Harper needs to get hot and carry them. Looked better last night. That's the one positive I took from last night. Harper had 2 hits. He had the double. He drove in the run. He finally looked like
Harper.
Yeah, I mean, he came up in a big spot, finally got a hit. He finally looked like a guy who was coming out of a funk a little bit. You know, watching the Phillies-Braves series last week, Olsen is in such a funk right now, and you could see that he's in a funk. The guy gets out, he strikes out, he's looking in the sky, he can't figure out, what am I doing? Bryce Harper finally got that hit last night, and he felt like, okay, all right, that's what I needed. I got that. You know, sometimes you just need that one, and I hope that's the one that gets Bryce Harper kind of off the ground and going. Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City going to join us in 19 minutes from now here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Gill at Mike Gill Show. You know, there's a lot of ways you can listen and watch the show. You know, people keep asking me, wait, I can watch the show? Yes, go to the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. You all know how to get to YouTube. And just search 973 ESPN. The video is powered by BFA Sports, the BFA live stream. They do a great job. You can watch the show, see all the guests. And if you're watching the show, you might get some extra benefits. Keep watching to find out what I'm talking about. Also, 973ESPN.com, the free mobile app. You can listen on the app. You can watch the show through the website, through the app. And that app is powered by our friends at First Bank of Sea Isle. You know, the app is such a great feature. You could take us wherever you go. If you're walking your dog, sitting on the beach, reading a book, you get the Sports Bash on. Just crank up the Listen Live feature on the app and take us with us. You can even watch the show on the app now. So get that app. We give away a ton of things on the app, including an overnight stay and a $100 gift certificate to Ocean Casino Resort. We're going to draw that winner on Friday's show here on the Sports Bash. How do you enter? The only way to enter is to get the app. The only way to enter, you have to have the app to enter to win that $100 gift card and the overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort. There you go. For those of you watching, all the details are right there on the video screen. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We're brought to you by your Delaware Valley Acura dealers with new inventory arriving daily. Find your award-winning local Acura dealership today. Check out Acura's lineup online at DelValAcuraDealers.com. I watched 2 more episodes of Dahmer last night. Something wasn't right with that guy.
You think?
That's just what I'm saying. That's just what I'm saying. More Sports Bash coming up.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
.228, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City joins me in about 10 minutes from now. A little less than 10 minutes. Mike Gill Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Live Stream. Subscribe and get the live video every day. Tell your friends. Spread the word. Get us out there. Listen on the app. Download the app. Watch on the app. Watch on the web. Hey, don't forget, another chance for you to qualify to enter to win Eagles Monday Night Football tickets, club box seats when they play the Commanders in Philadelphia, November 14th. And if you are lucky enough to enter, we'll see you for Happy Hour Friday, October 28th at Garden State Beer Company. We'll be there for a live show. One lucky winner is going to walk away with the tickets. Who will lose first? The Eagles or the Dolphins? You know, they're the last two undefeated teams, right? The odds are interesting here. Who will lose their first game? Now, Miami plays tomorrow night against the Bengals. The game's in Cincinnati. If they win that game tomorrow night on the road at Cincinnati, they play the Jets on the road, the Vikings at home, the Steelers in Week 7 at home. They're at the Lions and then at the Bears. That's their up to Week 10. The Eagles play the Jaguars, the Cardinals, the Cowboys, the bye week, and then the Steelers and the Texans, and then they hit week number 10. Who loses first?
I say the Dolphins lose Thursday night.
You think so?
I think they're playing coy with this whole Tua thing. I mean, you're telling me a guy's back locks up on him, in the middle of a game on Sunday, and he's just 100% good to go Thursday. Come on, that sounds a little far-fetched.
You think it's far-fetched?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I don't know, man. I always have this feeling about guys who are hurt, injured, might not play, yada, yada. If they actually get to the point where they're out there, how many times is it noticeable that they're not the same? Like, it's like once they're out there, you're like, I didn't even know this guy was hurt. Like, he was not going to play all week long, and then he played, and he had 150 yards and 2 touchdowns.
I mean, it happens sometimes. Like, for example, on Sunday's Eagles game, there were 2 specific plays I remember that Dickerson did not look healthy as a blocker. Now, there were other plays where he looked really good. So I think there were a couple times that Dickerson was obvious he had trouble setting his feet because of whatever that foot issue is, and it didn't go so well for him. So it might. So as a game as a whole, yes, you can still be a solid, competent, good NFL player, in my opinion. But I think Tua, because of his injury history, that is part of what I'm factoring in here with him, because he's a guy who's had a gazillion injuries. And by the way, one of those injuries is an ankle injury, okay? Don't forget he's had tightrope surgery on both ankles. So you are already dealing with a guy who is not 100% physically coming in. You know how it is every time you get an injury, you're 100% less than the last 100%?
Yeah, listen, if Tua plays tomorrow night, I'm not all that concerned that he's not going to, not going to be the same guy. I think as long as he's out there for me, that's what I need to know. If you're out there playing, okay, then I feel like you give me the best chance to win. Now, the question is, what is Cincinnati? Cincinnati has been disappointing so far, but last week they at least turned the corner. They beat the Jets. Hard to kind of tell.
Yeah, it's the Jets. But you're hoping that that's the game that you found yourself,
and
right?
A short week on the road, so Miami's in a tough spot. Not to mention, now Miami has to deal with similar to what the Eagles are dealing with, right? They're the number 1 team in the power polls. Everybody's talking about you. You just beat the Bills. They beat the Bills. They didn't look all that good. They scored 19 points last week. I mean, here's the thing for me with Miami. And we're going to do Fine 5, Ugly 5 tonight at 4:45. So who are my 5 best, 5 worst teams? Where does Miami rank on my list? Tune in tonight, 4:45 to find out. I'll say this. I'm not like some Miami hater, but I don't think they looked like overly impressive last week. They really struggled to win a game on the road against a team, at home, against a team that was pretty banged up last week. And I get it, it was the Bills.
And you didn't score a ton of points in the Patriots game either. That Patriots was, 20-7 basically?
Yeah, everybody's going crazy because they had that come-from-behind win against the Ravens.
Right. The Ravens game is was the game that was impressive. But then the question comes in, now that teams have 3 weeks of tape on you, how does that change that conversation?
Yeah, well, and that's another good point, is the evolution of the tape. As the tape continues to come out, what did I see? Right now, I see Tua launching bombs. I mean,
right.
Waddle can get you underneath. He can get you deep. Tyreek Hill. I like the coach. That's what I could say about that team. So why am I a believer in Miami? I like the coach. I think he's a very good play designer and play caller.
I think McDaniel is probably in that conversation for Coach of the Year right now, him and Doug Pederson. But the question is, which guy is going to keep up this pace? Mm-hmm. Because we just mentioned with Miami, what happens if Tua doesn't play X number of games?
Well, here's some coaches that might not make that conversation. The next NFL coach fired, odds are out. And who do you think is at the top of the list this week?
Kingsbury's got to be on that list, right?
He's number 1.
Oh, I know he's number 1. I thought he was just on the list. Wow.
3-1, Kingsbury. Next up.
Well, I got number 1, so see if I get number 2.
It's all down from here, right?
It's all downhill, right? There's no way I'm doing that.
Some of these are irrational.
Okay, if it's irrational,
I didn't say this one is. I said some of these.
Some of these, okay.
This one, I would say, now, they won last week, so there's a hint.
Frank Reich?
Nope, but he's top 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, he's number 5.
I'm assuming Ron Rivera is in the top 5.
Rivera's 6.
Okay. Matt Rule?
Matt Rule's number 2.
Okay.
7-2 odds. Now, they won last week, so maybe that took the heater off his rear end for just a little while here. Josh McDaniel was next.
Dude, that situation with I almost called them Oakland, the Las Vegas Raiders is bizarre, isn't it?
Well, that's what I said. Isn't that a little irrational that 3 games in, you're already thinking about should you fire the – well, I'm not saying they are. That Vegas is saying he's a 5-1 shot to be the next coach fired. Now, keep in mind, that doesn't mean that these guys are going to get fired in season. They could get fired after the year.
Sure.
The first firing could be. But is McDaniel going to be a one-and-doneer?
I hope not, just because of the fact that I feel like what the Raiders are doing, I think they're going in the right direction. They cleaned house from the Gruden-Mayock fiasco, and they brought in, people that you would think are competent individuals.
And they went out and made a big splash in free agency. That's another thing. And it's not like they spent frivolous money.
Right.
They went out and got Davante Adams. That's not like, that's just, for instance, and it's working for them. The Jaguars went and spent a lot of money on Christian Kirk and Zay Jones, and people were like, well, what are you doing? They went out and got Davante Adams. Pretty big move by them. They added someone on defense, too. Slipping my mind.
Yeah, I forget the guy they got on defense. They did add somebody on defense.
So they went out and got some pretty high-profile additions. So for them to be 0-3, I agree, is a complete disappointment. But are you already getting ready to think about that? I have to think that is Chandler Jones. They brought Chandler Jones in.
There it is, yep.
I would have to say that's a bit irrational, which is also the next guy on this list. Less irrational in my mind, but he has the same odds as McDaniels, is Nathaniel Hackett.
I have so many questions about Denver, too. I mean, you bring in this offensive-minded coach, you bring in Russell Wilson, and you hit the under on the over-under for 3 straight games. You're hitting the team total unders, too. I mean, what is going on?
My favorite tweet of the week so far, we're at Wednesday, so that could probably be usurped, but is somebody tweeted that you traded multiple players, first-round picks, signed Russell Wilson to a 5-year, $240+ million contract, only to have your punter be named the AFC Player of the Week. I'm not sure that's what they were looking for when they made the trade to go get Russell Wilson, for God's sakes.
I'm sure PT's happy.
Yeah. I think if you look at it from this perspective, the Russell Wilson thing doesn't seem to be working out quite yet, but is that more on Nathaniel Hackett, the head coach? I mean, he's already had to bring in somebody to help him basically manage a game.
Yeah, they literally brought in a consultant. For those who don't know, they talk about this on Sunday Night Football. There's literally a guy in the box. His only job is to help with time management.
You know what, though? I don't know why more teams don't do that. I don't frown upon that. I give the guy credit for admitting, hey, I need some help with the time. We expect these guys, right? Why would I expect a head football coach to also be a time management expert?
Well, maybe not an expert, but you expect them to have, like, for example, in our business, you and I run the board for our own shows, right? So we got to keep an eye on the clock ourselves. And we might not always get it perfect, but we have an idea. Hey, Mike McGarry's coming next. We got to go to commercial break,
Yeah,
right?
But I'm saying, like, these guys are designing plays, calling plays, running this, running that, blah, blah, blah. Like, I wouldn't be an expert of time, like management. That's not something that, you know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, I always said, Todd Rank, who I used to host the show with, he would be an expert in calling timeout and managing a clock. If I was ever a head football coach, that would not be my expertise. I would have him standing right next to me, telling me when to call a timeout and all that stuff. He is very mathematically, like, I know the play clock is here. This is how much time we have. Like, he can do that on the fly quick. That's not my expertise. So I don't frown upon, like, I give Nathaniel Hackett credit for saying that's not my expertise. I need someone to come in and help me with that. I don't look down upon that. We're like looking down upon the guy because he admitted that, hey, I have a flaw in my coaching. That's not my strong suit. Let me bring a guy in who can help me with that. I give him credit.
Then what is his strong suit?
Well, that we don't know yet. That is yet to be determined. But he was really failing at that. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. What's the panic meter for the Phillies after last night? All that and more, plus The Giants lost on Monday night. The Eagles won again. So what's the NFC East look like to Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City? Don't go away. You're going to want to hear what he has had to say, Eagles fans, about your team and the Phillies. That's next. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports.
We're here at the brand new RK Service Center. We've got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be myrkchevy.com, myrkkia.com, and myrksubaru.com.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Sports Bash is live at the Gallery Bar booking games on Mondays. You can get there for the football season. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite teams. Go to the Gallery in Ocean Casino Resort. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to play. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Don't forget, speaking of Ocean, we're giving away a $100 gift card to Ocean Casino Resort and an overnight stay. Just go to our website, 973ESPN.com. For details. Devlin's listening in Brigantine, says these teams have so many people on the payroll, so much money. You're 100% correct, Mike. They should have someone to assist the time management. I have no problem with Nathaniel Hackett saying, hey, I need to bring somebody in here to help me out with that aspect of the game. And I think more teams should do it. I think more coaches should have enough, swallow their pride and bring in a guy who's the time management coach. And I think you would see these games be a whole heck of a lot different on game day. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is back. We have a lot to dive into, Mike, as the panic meter on the Phillies is at what number for you?
3.
All right, you're still in there.
3,
you're
basically.
still in there.
I still, as you know, they didn't win last night. It's a disappointing loss. You go into the Cubs, you don't hit, you lose 2-1. But Milwaukee also loses, and every day you take a day off the calendar where you're still a game and a half up. I think you're in good shape. Now, if the lead goes down to a half game, boy, then I think, the neckties start to tighten a little bit. But right now, I still like their chances of getting the playoffs, albeit probably that number 6 spot. They're 2.5 behind San Diego now. I think those hopes of getting to the 5 spot are gone.
Well, I think a lot of people rather the 6 spot, actually. I heard a lot of people saying, I'd actually rather be the 6. That's neither here nor there for me. When I'm also getting a little murmurs of, Mike, and I want to get your opinion on this, I hear people say, I don't even want them to make the playoff. They don't deserve it.
Well, that's absolutely ridiculous.
I'm glad we're on the same page there.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Time and time, it's been shown that if you get in, anything can happen. And to your previous point, I've spent half my life underestimating the St. Louis Cardinals, both watching them beat the Mets and the Phillies in big spots. Remember 2011. So, and they still have Goldschmidt and Arenado on the team. So St. Louis is no picnic at all.
No, I mean, look at that team where they are. A month ago they were in the wild card mix. Now they're firmly ahead in the Central. I mean, that team is, in fact, I believe they're at 90 wins right now. So
Correct.
They've actually pulled away from the pack here. And obviously, last night, I want to get your thoughts on the Wheeler. He threw 62, threw 59, I believe, in his previous start. Did you expect that he was going to go out for another inning last night and maybe extend that number?
Maybe one more inning, but I knew they aren't going to push him beyond, maybe 10% of what he threw in the first game. So the plan was always to have him back at maximum ability for that game 1 start in the postseason. So, I wouldn't even expect him to see really extend it in his next regular season start. The plan was always for him to use these 3 last regular season starts to work to being back at maximum ability for that first game in the playoffs. So I know it's disappointing to see him leave the game after 62 pitches, but it's a cold night in Chicago. I can understand, health-wise, and I can understand them being cautious. You look up at the scoreboard, the Cardinals had jumped on the Brewers right away. You knew you weren't going to lose ground. I can see that conservative approach. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, and last night I guess Brogdon was the guy. What was his reasoning there? Why was Brogdon the guy that got the big call in that spotlight? I thought that was a big spot in the game to go to Brogdon.
Yeah, I mean, just they had used a lot of guys the day before, even though they were off. They just have an extended bullpen, and they don't have a lot of options there, basically. And Brogdon's kind of been disappointing this season. He's been a guy who was a promising pitcher, a promising live arm, and he just hasn't delivered, and he didn't deliver again last night. And just you look at it, for that sort of point in the game, there's just not a lot of options there. They probably wanted to stay away from Eflin, considering how he had pitched. Probably too early for Sarah Anthony there. David Robertson is running on fumes, as we said. Brad Hand is now on the injured list. Corey Knable's no longer there. There's just not a lot of options down there.
Nope. Magic number 7. Mike McGarry is the Phillies and Brewers tonight. You got a Nola night, right? I mean, he's been good in September. This is not the night for him to slip up.
Yeah, I mean, I almost feel bad for Nola at this point. It's like every time he pitches after September 1st, it's a referendum on his career. I think he's pitched very well this season. And I don't think the Phillies, if Nola were to ever leave, I think that's when Phillies fans would really appreciate what he's done here. Hardly anybody in baseball has thrown as many innings as he's had the last couple of years. He takes the ball every fifth day. He gives you an outstanding effort most of the time. Is he perfect? No. But, I think we've got to get away from a little bit, this every time Nola goes to the mound on September 1st, it's a referendum on how clutch a pitcher he is.
Last night, Mike, the lineup, I think, is the lineup you would see in game one of a playoff series, right? I mean, is that these last 9 games, is Rob Thompson throwing his playoff lineup out there?
Yeah, absolutely. With Castellanos back last night, you have the lineup that you like. You would like it to be a bit more productive against a Cubs team. But, again, it just goes to show you, and it happened in New York last night, too, with the Marlins and the Mets. These teams that have nothing to lose or nothing to play for just seem to be, a pain in the rear end of these teams that have everything on the line, basically. And, we've seen it time and time again. I mean, how many years have we seen the Mets play the Marlins late in the season, and the Marlins sort of spoil the Mets' dreams and hopes of the postseason? And they could be doing it again.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mets and Braves, this is down the stretch they come. You got the possibility of games being moved. This is going to be a little interesting for the Metropolitans.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, in fact, tonight, Mike, to me, is a must-win for the New York Mets. I mean, I'm assuming that Atlanta's going to beat Washington. The Mets cannot go into Atlanta a game behind the Braves. They got to, at the very least, go in tied, ideally a game ahead. I think if the Mets want to win the division, they have to win tonight. Tonight is no doubt a must-win for the Mets. Can't go into Atlanta a game behind the Braves. If they do, they're not going to win the division.
All right, there you go. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Let's go to Monday night. What you learn about the NFC East after 3 weeks?
Well, I learned, I think Dallas's defense is pretty good, and I learned the Giants, as I suspected, are not quite there yet. Have they improved? Yes. But do they still have a ways to go? Yes. I mean, you saw the tackle Evan Neal have kind of a rookie nightmare type of game where every time I looked up, he was a blue shirt was running by him, followed by Evan Neal picking Daniel Jones up off the ground, moments later. So a learning experience for the rookie. I think the Giants are a young team. There's no doubt they've improved. They look like they might be headed in the right direction. There are still long-term quarterback prospects there. And on the flip side, looking at Dallas, I mean, I think, you have to like what their defense has done so far this season. And they just seem to have enough playmakers on offense with CeeDee Lamb and Pollard, to get things done, though I still think they're not as good as the Eagles.
With that, if they continue to win with Cooper Rush, is there a thought?
I think they go back to Dak Prescott, to start as soon as he's healthy. I don't think you can rely on Cooper Rush. Sooner or later, Cooper Rush is going to hit his certain level right there, and I think Dak Prescott is still a better quarterback and a better long-term answer for the Cowboys. So, I don't see them. I know Jerry Jones said something like he hopes he has a quarterback controversy, and he might be on his way to one, but to me, there is no controversy. Dak Prescott has proven over time that he's the better quarterback in Dallas. And the one game he did play was against Tampa. Dallas was not great, but look at how good Tampa's defense has been so far this season.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, and he is back on Friday's show to get you ready for the weekend. Big baseball weekend, the final weekend of the baseball season, and then, of course, the NFL week number 4. Mike, appreciate it, bud.
Okay, we'll see you later. Thanks.
All right, that's Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City at AC Press McGarry. Follow him there. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we talk to Mike. Hey, I need caller number 7 right now, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered to win an Eagles-Commanders club box seats for Monday night, November 14th game at the Link. You must be present to win at Garden State Beer Company on Friday, October 28th. Caller 7. Good luck.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place in the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
I like that.
Me too. WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
After 3 on a Wednesday, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Streaming live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. Subscribe to the channel, watch the show live. You can see John McMullen weekday mornings at 8 a.m. on Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. He joins us to talk a little Eagles midweek here. The two head coaches both speaking to the media today. Doug Pederson was back in front of the Philly media for the first time since his abrupt firing a couple of seasons ago. John McMullen, 97.3, obviously will have the game this weekend. And, John, you take a look at Doug Pederson. I know yesterday we had mentioned, he only talks to like 3 or 4 guys a week down there in Jacksonville. He had a full brigade of media, I'm sure, firing questions, and everybody wanted to know, hey, how do you feel about coming back to Philadelphia? And it looked like a much more relaxed Doug Pederson talking to you guys.
Didn't he? That's, the Philadelphia media, more passionate than Jacksonville. So a little bit more laid back. And, I think it's suiting Doug well. He's obviously got that team headed in the right direction. It was hard to do worse than Urban Meyer. So he had that going for him right off the bat. I thought that was one of the easiest predictions of the offseason, is that Jacksonville would be very happy with Doug simply because of what they had before. But that team's playing well. It's not just Urban Meyer being thrilled to move on from all that nonsense, but they're actually playing pretty well. And I said, the Eagles have a top 5 offense and a top 5 defense so far this season. Well, the Jaguars are top 10 in offense and top 10 in defense.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk a little bit more about this Jacksonville team and the challenge that they bring, because I guess it looks to, as we talk about Pederson, what culture means to an organization. I don't know how you quantify it, John, but it's obvious that they have a lot of the same people down there, that Doug has changed something there, and now all of a sudden teams are looking at this team a little differently.
Yeah, and that's why it is hard to quantify, because you don't know it until you see it. And now they're seeing it up close in Jacksonville, and they know it, and they know what it is. Same thing here after Chip Kelly left. You just saw it, and you saw the difference in culture. And to a certain degree after Doug left as well, because that last season was so difficult and everybody was sort of disillusioned. A lot of weird things happened. That was the pandemic year, obviously. So a lot of weird things happened, and obviously it started with Carson Wentz. And, I wonder if the Eagles would have fought through it and stuck with Doug Pederson, if he might have turned it around. Ultimately, I think he would have, but it's really hard to do that in the modern world because everybody has such a short attention span. They don't want to be patient. So it's really difficult. But it is, looking back, still kind of amazing. The only Super Bowl championship in this franchise's history, and they move on from the head coach so quickly afterward.
You asked me a question about, or actually it was Jody this morning on Birds 365, about the tactical advantage that someone might have here. And I didn't realize, when that question was asked at me this morning, that Jacksonville's got a lot of former Eagle coaches on the staff. It's not just Doug Pederson. Mike Caldwell's down there. I think Press Taylor's down. I mean, they got a bunch of guys who had been here, and I didn't think about that in the morning while they're preparing for this Eagles team. How much is that going to be a factor this week?
Yeah, Doug kind of downplayed it. I asked him, not only does he have a bunch of former Eagles coaches, but he's also got 2 guys specifically who are very, very close to Nick Sirianni. And I mean, Mike McCoy was his former boss, obviously, and hired him with the Chargers when he was the head coach there. And Jim Bob Cooter kind of came on last season when the Eagles got off to the bad start, and they thought maybe he needed more of a sounding board with a little bit more experience. So both of those guys really know Nick Sirianni well and really know what he likes to do. So typically when you would think about Jacksonville playing Philadelphia, there's not much familiarity on either side. But this time it's different. There's a lot of familiarity on both sides because, you know, then you look at it from so many of the Eagles veteran players. They understand what Doug's trying to accomplish, what Doug's about. And, you know, Nick Sirianni will certainly try to tap into that. So it's going to be interesting. But I think the biggest part to me, if it matters at all, it's that Jacksonville has those guys who know Nick Sirianni so well. Now, it's not about the personnel. It's about they know where all the bones are buried with Nick Sirianni, so to speak.
You asked Nick today an interesting question about elevating the quarterback, the talent around him. He's a former receiver, and how much do the receivers kind of equate to what's going on? What does he think about the role the receivers have had in Jalen Hurts' development?
Yeah, you know, I've always said it's tough for receivers because they're at the mercy of the vehicle getting them the football. So I do think it's rare where a receiver can elevate a quarterback, whereas vice versa, it happens all the time. I think you see it happen every year virtually in Green Bay especially. But this year I've seen it up close with A.J. Brown. I mean, he's just made this offense better as sort of the final linchpin. They already had the great offensive line. We knew Devontae Smith was a really good young player. We knew Dallas Goedert was a great tight end. We knew about the running game and the +1 that Jalen Hurts offers it. But getting that final piece has turned this team from an offense that made explosive. They led the league in explosive plays last year. I don't know if people realize that. But a lot of that had to do with Jalen Hurts and his off-schedule ability. They weren't consistent. Now they're consistent. And it's a very small sample size, and we'll see if they can keep it up. But they're more consistent. They have more things. And I know people are going to point, well, they haven't scored in the fourth quarter, haven't done anything in the second half. But we talked about that. The games were over. They were over. And that, to me, is human nature, and that's what the lull was about. If they were pressed, you got the feeling that they would just turn it back on and do what they needed to do in both of those games against Minnesota and Washington.
Now, John Hightower signed today with the Chargers practice squad, kind of frivolous information there. But my question is, Hightower and Watkins were drafted in the same draft. As a rookie, Hightower got more playing time than Watkins. Where and how and kind of did that flip? That, you got a new coaching staff. Did they just value Watkins? I mean, because it looked like Hightower was going to be this deep threat. He had some speed, 16 yards, almost 17 yards a catch as a rookie. So when did that kind of like flip roles that Hightower fell behind Watkins? Because as a rookie, Watkins rarely played, and it was Hightower that was getting the playing time.
Yeah, I think it was just, when John got his opportunities, he didn't make the most out of them. There were a number of drops, a number of mistakes. And, when you're a lower round draft choice, then all of a sudden you get an opportunity. It might be only a slim chance to sort of kick the door open. And if the ball comes your way, you better do something with it. You better make a catch. You remember the spin move Quez had on sort of a quick wide receiver screen as a rookie, and everybody said, wow, where did that come from? And I think, he made the most of his opportunities, and he slowly started to usurp John Hightower. And that's sort of how it happens for every sixth-round pick. You're not going to get, you're not going to walk in the door as a sixth-round pick and play right away. And if you do, you're probably on a bad football team. You're probably on a team with a ton of injuries. And when the door opens, you gotta make plays. And Quez has been able to do that. I do think, people go a little bit too far with Quez Watkins. I think he's not the most well-rounded receiver. But that's the beauty, again, of A.J. Brown. Now you have A.J., you have Devontae, and you have Quez Watkins as your three, and you can tell Quez Watkins, all right, just go blow the top off the defense. You don't have to do much else. He's never going to see a double team. And you saw it in Washington. He didn't get the football, but he drew 2 pass interferences that the Eagles count as explosive plays. So, he's a home run threat. He can run, and the Eagles can use him. If you go back to the spring, Mike, and the Eagles were trying to sell before they got A.J. Brown that he would be a good wide receiver too, I disagreed with them. I said it all the time. I said, it's not going to work. We'll never know. I don't think it would have worked, but they don't need it now. And that's what A.J. Brown has done for this offense.
Yeah, he has certainly added a dimension to this offense. And then Devonta Smith. I mean, what does he have? The most catches, targets, something like that in the league. And we were talking about after the first week. I wasn't. You weren't. But, hey, he didn't get any targets. Well, he's now I think he has the most catches and the most targets in the league right now.
Well, he did. I think he was targeted 4 times in the opener, but they couldn't get him the football. So it was a little bit weird. And even Shane Steichen said it after that game. It was like, if you would have told me in a million years that Devontae Smith didn't get a catch, I would have said you were crazy. So the Eagles were very cognizant of needing to get the football to Devontae Smith after that opener. And sure enough, the first play against Minnesota was a pass to Devontae Smith. So they were well aware of it. But, if nobody's going to cover A.J. Brown, and that's what happened in the Detroit game, there's no reason to go away from A.J. Brown. But I think we all knew, at some point people were going to double team A.J., and that was going to leave opportunities for others.
Yeah, and it seems that the others are picking up the slack here. John McMullen, Birds 365. I want to get some conversation about this defense. I had mentioned this morning the role T.J. Edwards is having with this defense. And, how about the ability for the linebackers to not be such a weakness for this team? How has that really added to what we're seeing from this defense?
Yeah, that's one where we talk about Quez Watkins. You talk about T.J. Edwards. He came in, he wasn't even drafted. And, he told me a while ago that when he first got here, he was 9th on the depth chart, 9th. So, not much was expected of T.J. Edwards. And, he made the team as a rookie, and he just kept getting better and better and better. And I go back to last year even, sometimes it's better to be good. It's better to be lucky than good. They brought in Eric Wilson, who I still don't know why they thought was a better player than T.J. Edwards. Well, I do know. He could run, but he couldn't do anything else. He can't tackle well. He can't cover well because his instincts aren't great. But he was on a bad defense, and he made some plays. So I always described it as like a 20-point scorer on a bad NBA team. Actually, I was told that, and I loved it, so I kept using it. And TJ's just a good football player. And they finally had to put him on the field. And when they put him on the field, they couldn't get him off. And it's continued until this very day. And I think a lot of people, Mike, don't realize that, TJ was second in the Butkus Award voting in college. He was second to Roquan Smith. He was a great college player, but he ran a 4.87. He had a bad day when he had to have a good day.
Mm-hmm.
And when they see 4.87, they say, well, this guy can't play in the NFL. But TJ never ran a 4.87. Now, he's never going to be Eric Wilson. He's never going to be a 4.4 guy, 4.45. But he just had a bad day. So the Eagles got him. He probably runs a 4.65, which isn't great. But when you add in his instincts and his football intelligence, he's always going. He doesn't take false steps. He's always going in the right direction. And that turns a 4.65 into a 4.45. And you see it. Everybody knew he could defend the run. Now he's the best coverage linebacker.
Yeah.
And they have Kaiser White. And T.J. Edwards is their best cover line.
Well, and we discussed.
I'll continue to say that.
We've discussed it a little bit this morning, but there are some people wondering about what's Nakobe Dean's role. He's not getting on the field at all, and that's due in large part that they can't take Edwards off the field.
Yeah, and he's not coming off the field, and you shouldn't hope he comes off the field if you're an Eagles fan. He's the green dot as well. He handles all the communication. He gets everybody lined up correctly. And I've gotten a lot of that as well because I think people were so excited about Nakobe Dean because he was the exact opposite in college. He was the Butkus Award winner, but he had all this hype and everybody said he was going to be a first-round pick and the Eagles get him in the third round and everybody remembers all the plays he made in college. It's the best-case scenario for the Eagles because they're probably not going to be able to keep TJ and Kaiser. So, he gets to sort of intern for a season, and then he'd be penciled in as a starter for next season, more likely at weak side, which is better for Nakobe Dean because he doesn't have size to play middle linebacker. So it's working out very well for the Eagles.
Hey, one question I want to get your opinion on. You're there. You get a good chance to see these guys a little bit more up close and personal. But Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargrave, guys who were veterans, we had questions on whether they're the same players. Are they running out of gas? Are these guys at the end of the road? Are you seeing guys whose plays improved? Are especially like Fletcher and Brandon, who Brandon's coming off the injury. Fletcher, people were wondering, where are those guys at in your mind right now?
Well, I think the fact that Brandon is coming off the Achilles and he's 34 years old. I think the Eagles are very cognizant of, sort of putting him on a pitch count and better. Keeping their eye on his rep count. So I think in a weird way that's kind of helped him because he was typically pre-injury a guy who played a ton, and defensive line is a position where, it's really tough to go run after the quarterback play after play after play after play. And Fletcher's in this category as well. The Eagles would talk almost every year, even back when Doug and Jim Schwartz were here, about trying to get his rep count down a little bit to help preserve him, not only for later in the season, but for years to come. But he was too good. And they, every time they would get in the guts of the game and they'd say, we need Fletch out there. We need BG out there. So I think the fact that they've, and especially in Brandon's case, they're very, very disciplined, or they have been to this point, about his rep count. I think that's helped him. I think Fletcher, and he mentioned this last week, changed his diet a little bit. I think he started to realize now that he's post-30, he's not 23 anymore, and he's got to do a few more things maintenance-wise to keep himself at an optimum level. I think he's playing better as well. We'll see if it can continue through 17 games.
Yeah.
But the Eagles have good depth as well on their defensive line.
They sure do, and it should be fun to see this matchup with Jacksonville. It's a young, up-and-coming team. We'll talk more about them tomorrow with John. Of course, Trevor Lawrence is here. Doug Pederson will be back. A lot on this Jacksonville matchup today, tomorrow, and Friday here on the Sports Bash. You can catch John McMullen, of course, weekday mornings at 8 a.m. on Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. John, thanks, bud.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, there he is. We'll get some thoughts because Doug Pederson, it will be back. And Doug said, one thing that's interesting, Doug said, is he has never seen the statue that he is a part of in person. This will be the first time he sees the actual statue outside of Lincoln Financial Field. I really think it's an interesting dynamic, if you will. The energy in that building, what it's going to be like. Because you have an Eagles team that right now people are flying high about. They love this team right now. It's, they're 3-0, and everything's about them. But you got Doug coming in. They're definitely not going to boo the guy. But you're so hyped about your team. Do you want to be hyped about somebody else that's coming in here to play your team? And then, you're going to get a little thank you, Doug video. Weird situation, I think.
Pujols went back to the Dodgers this year with the Cardinals, the fans gave him a standing ovation. And then they were happy their team won. So is it something where the Philly fans can just turn around and say, hey, Doug, we appreciate you. Here's a standing ovation. We love you. Now we hope you lose.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be cheering for him to win. I'm just saying, you are so hyped and excited about the fact that your team's playing well and this game's about to start. You're at home. And then you got to kind of give it up for this other guy before the game even gets underway. It definitely, I think, could zap some of the electricity in the air that you would normally have for the start of a game because all that energy and electricity is going towards this guy. Because I think they're going to give him a big welcome. I do. And they should, by the way. He's the only guy who ever won a Super Bowl for you. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Hey, guys. Don't forget, we got another chance for you to qualify today for Eagles, Commanders, Club Box tickets. We already got one qualifier today, and that was Geoff in Ocean City. So Geoff in Ocean City's qualified. Who's next? We're going to give you a chance to enter to win Eagles, Commanders, Club Box seats for Monday night, November 14th at the Link. Listen every hour on the Sports Bash. We'll be live at Garden State Beer Company on Friday, October 28th. So you have some time to enter. But we want to pack the place. We want to give someone a pair of tickets to go cheer on the Eagles as they host Carson Wentz in Philly. What do you think that night's going to be like? Oh, my Lord. Monday night, Carson Wentz, I feel bad for the poor guy. I really do. God almighty. Hey, when we come back, Ryan Rothstein's here. Take a look at the Phillies' chances, the Eagles' line for the week, and more. More Sports Bash coming up.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill for my friends at Ambient Comfort Heating Cooling Professionals. Is there anything better than the beginning of football season? Well, we're 4 weeks in, so it's time for you to tackle those home improvement issues that you put off during the summer. Feels like summer's done. So check into the heating system. You need to call my friends at Ambient Comfort Heating Cooling Professionals for their $79, or as I call it, football season tune-up special for new customers. For just $79, Ambient Comfort will check and clean your system to make sure it's running safe at max efficiency. It'll get you through those cold winter months regardless of who originally installed it. If your bills were too high last winter, maintenance or a new system from Ambient Comfort will help with those rising energy costs for your family. From Ambient Comfort, choose comfort for your family. Go to ambientcomfortnj.com. That's ambientcomfortnj.com, or call 609-568-0000. 0955 for their $79 heater or furnace tune-up. Tell them Mike Gill from the Sports Bass sent you. And I hate the thought of the cold months coming, but so far this is my kind of weather, and it feels like week 4 of the NFL is here. We're about to hit the quarter pole now as Ryan Rothstein from the Philadelphia City Cast joins us right now on the Sports Bass Live 97.3 ESPN as Eagles 3-0. Most power polls have them at 1 or 2 in the top. They're the one of 2 undefeated teams. Are we looking at one of the top, 2 to 3 teams in all of football?
Through 3 games, right?
Is
That's
it
what
sustainable?
The NFL is so. I was listening to you yesterday a little bit, MG, and I heard you at some point in the show say the NFL is just so average and wide open. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm sure you remember what I'm referencing. Yeah, I guess is my answer, because I look at the NFL right now and I'm not afraid of anyone, right? I mean, in recent years, parity has been the word to describe the National Football League, MG, but I think this season more than ever, there's really no team that you look at and say, man, you know what? That team is head and shoulders above everyone else. It feels like the Eagles are top 2 through 3 games. And it also feels like you can sort of pick a card, any card, and you could see any team on either side making a playoff run, can't you?
Yeah, that's the thing and this is why I feel that the Eagles story is an interesting one. Is in a league where parity rules and games are 1-point games and they come down to the wire and it's, the unders are hitting everywhere and teams are very close. The Eagles are dominating these games. I mean, can you nitpick and pull some things apart? Sure. But in a league where everything is so down to the wire, they're kicking the crap out of these. They're just utter domination. And that, to me, is why I see a team that, unlike the Phillies, I think I can let my guard down a little bit and believe in.
Yes. Well, if you use the Phillies for comparison, I don't know how good of a reference that is. I mean,
I'm saying, my point is Phillies is a team I can't put my trust and belief in.
Yes.
The Eagles, I feel like I can let my guard down a little bit and enjoy the ride. I feel like this is going to be a fun season. Are they going to win the Super Bowl? I don't know, but I'm willing to hitch my sled to this one here and see where it pulls me.
Yeah, the Eagles right now, regardless of what happens, right? Maybe they're not the best team in the NFL right now. Okay, fine. They have a winning culture. They have a winning vibe right now. Very early, but nonetheless, they have that winning vibe. The Phillies right now, it looks like they're going to make the playoffs. But even if they get in, even if they don't get in, they don't have that winning vibe, that winning culture at all. And that's why I think people aren't on board with the Phils.
Fair to say, listen, they need to do something to change our opinion of that, the Phillies, as we can kind of go back and forth here. But listen, the Phillies, to me, a couple of years ago, I think we were doing the show, you, me, and Mosher, we were talking about, the Phillies, the Eagles had lost that game to Miami. It was a horrible loss. Miami was terrible at the time, and people were just crushing the Eagles. And I was like, I don't care. You lose a game on a Sunday. And part of the reason was, what is your ceiling? What can you be at your best? And the Eagles that year had beaten the Packers. It was like a Thursday night on the road.
Early in the year.
And I said, look, I've seen that you can get to that level. You can rise up to that level. So to me, that was the ceiling, and that's why I'm like, I think the Eagles, even losing to the Dolphins, can probably beat the next 4 teams, and they ended up winning those 4 games and going to the playoffs. That's kind of where I'm at with the Phillies, is they have shown they won the season series with the Dodgers. They won the season series with the Cardinals. They're 8-10 against the Braves. They beat the Brewers. They beat the Padres. If their players play to their expectations, can they win? Sure. I don't expect it, and I think that's the difference with the Phillies right now is the expectation is, I don't really believe in you, but they could do it. And that's why I've had people tell me, I don't want them to make the playoffs. They don't deserve to get in. This is a joke. Hey, if you're there, you're there. Last year, the team that had the least amount of wins in the playoffs, in all of the playoffs, won the World Series. So I say get in if you can.
I mean, for sure. You'd rather your team be in than out, and you never know. You never know. That's just the bottom line in sports, but like especially baseball as of late, as you mentioned, Mike. But even if this team gets in, barring a big surprise of a playoff run, this team just they don't have that winning vibe, that winning culture right now, even if they make the playoffs. And that's why I think like the hype or lack thereof around the Phillies is such a problem and really such a reality, I think is a better way to put it, because they're just a disappointment and they're just not good enough unless something really shocks us, as I said. But as we both are saying, I'm not betting on that to happen. They're in a bad place right now.
Yeah, I feel like they have to get in to find out not how far, because if you don't make it, I don't know what kind of changes they can make. You need to get in to see now where I stack up. It's like the Eagles last year, when they got to the playoffs and they realized how far they were. They were a playoff team, but how far they were from that next level of playoff team, and then they went out and made some necessary changes. I think that's where the Phillies need to get to. They need to get in the playoffs to then find out how far they are when they actually get into a pressure-filled situation with elimination at your back.
Yeah, I hope that's right, and I'm picking up what you're putting down. I just where do they go from here? Right? Do they need a beat down? Listen, I want them to make the playoffs. I'm not disputing that. I'm with you. But where do they go from here? Right? What do they do this offseason? They have all this payroll. They have all these big names. Wheeler and Nola been pitched very well. The bullpen surprised us all this season. Schwarber had a hell of a year, at least power-wise. Hoskins, Segura, Alec Boehm surprised us. They did well without Harper. I mean, we all know what happened. There was a lot of positives, a lot of names. How much more can they improve?
Talked about it in the first hour. That's the problem. If they don't make the playoffs, it's not one of those eye-opening things of, we didn't make the playoffs, we need to make big changes. There's not big changes to make on this team. You're almost rolling it back. So you might as well just take the opportunity to get in the playoffs. That gives you at least the taste to feel like, all right, we were there, and we got a chance to see what we're lacking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I just feel like they're lacking not that they're lacking so much, but they're just such an enigma, a mystery right now, as far as like what they're producing and what their ceiling is. No one really knows, I guess.
It's definitely a team where I feel like they have been waiting for people to give them a hug or notice them or acknowledge that, and nobody has. And you know that feeling when you're like, you think you're doing a good job and no one's really telling you, and they're like, and then you kind of let your guard down. It's like, wow, no one's even noticing what I'm doing. Like, this team had played some really good ball, and nobody cared. Like, no one showed up. The ballpark is empty, and it's like, it's tough when no one's recognizing or giving you recognition for the job you're doing.
I agree. And, but isn't that sort of the bed that they made, and they're lying in, whether that's fair or foul, right? Over the past decade of failures or disappointments.
No doubt. And I guess we have to ask ourselves as fans, because we like to give ourselves credit. We're a fan base. And what role do we play in their success and or failure? Like the lack of support. Is that part of the reason why this team has kind of lost some focus maybe down the stretch that, hey, we're playing well and no one's here? Like, maybe that doesn't factor in at all. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's fair. It's, what did I see? Is their number to get in? It's 7 games. Am I right with
7.
that?
Yep.
Yeah,
7.
7. Now, this is going to sound like an idiotic statement, but bear with me. 7 games is a lot, right? Like, the season's over. We're in like the final stretch of baseball.
The Phillies have 9 left. The Brewers have 8.
Right. So 7 to 9 games. That's half an NFL season, right? Like, so for the fans that haven't been on board yet, I feel like fans who haven't been are just starting to get on board, because it's like, all right, there's 7, right? Like, now I know there's 7 wins needed. Now it's interesting. And that's still a lot of baseball. Like, I know it isn't, but it also is. I think my point is for the average casual fan.
Listen, they win tonight and the Brewers lose tonight, That is a huge difference maker.
Yeah.
Last night they both lost, so you didn't really gain or lose anything. But a win tonight, they play the Cardinals tonight. You play the Cubs. They have a pretty easy stretch coming up after this. The Phillies stretch is pretty easy as well, but you have those 3 games against the Astros that are looming still. You do not want to get there and have them mean anything. That's all I'll say.
This is one of the strangest teams, I think, in Philly history, because are people even going to care if and when they get in the playoff? Like, it's so weird.
Yeah, I think so. The ballpark will be filled. The place will be nuts,
filled.
and people will act like they've been on board all season long.
I guess, right? I know that. I know the park will be sold out. I'm not questioning that. It's just like it's just such a weird vibe.
I could never see a scenario where a Philadelphia, well, I guess I take that back. Like a playoff game in Philadelphia, I can't see a scenario where a playoff game in Philly would not be sold out, but I don't know. I mean,
the overall mentality from the fan base, I know it will be sold out. I know people will be watching, but it's almost like, nah, right? Like we're just going to wait until they lose, and then everyone's going to just complain and, moan about, what they need to do in the offseason. It's a big offseason for Dombrowski, either way.
I got some interesting bets for the weekend that I want to throw, some prop stuff, get some thoughts on the numbers for you. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. That's Ryan Rothstein. He's the host of the Philadelphia CityCast at Wise Rye. You can download the podcast 5 days a week. Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify. I got a very interesting prop bet having to do with the Eagles game this weekend and the television broadcast. I'll throw that out there. Think about it. I'm coming back with that. Don't forget, download the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It's free in the Apple Store, Google Play. You can watch the show live on the app, on the website, thanks to BFA Sports. More Sports Bash coming up, and another chance for you to qualify for those Eagles Commanders Monday Night Football club box seats. Listen this hour for another cue to call. More Sports Bash coming up.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
We're here at the brand new RK Service Center. Got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be myrkchevy.com, myrkkia.com, and myrksubaru.com.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
.348 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Don't forget, watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. Ryan Rothstein is back for another segment as we finish out the hour. Here's a question for you. Wise Rye is where you can find him on Twitter, by the way. Here's a question for you. What will be shown first on the Jacksonville-Philadelphia broadcast? Will it be the Doug Pederson, Nick Foles statue, or a replay of the Philly play? Your mic is off. Or I can't hear you. One of those things. One of those things can be true here. Either A, your mic is off, or B, I cannot hear you. I do not hear you. But that is the betting number over at the Bet Online website, which is, you have, what is it? Plus, no, it's, where did it go here? Oh, there it is. What will be shown first on the Jacksonville-Philadelphia broadcast? Is it Pederson Foles statue minus 300 or Philly plus 200? Now, I would imagine that it would be the statue. Why? So if you could bet this, the odds aren't great, by the way. It's like minus what? Minus 300, 1-3. Philly play plus 200. Pederson made reference to the statue earlier today. There he is. All right, we definitely hear you now. So did you hear my question?
I did. Yeah, the statue or the Philly play. I have an answer.
Yeah. I gave my answer. What would your answer be?
It has to be the statue, because I would imagine as the broadcast opens up, they'll like pan across to the statue, and the Philly play will be once the game is started. That's my prediction.
Well, he made reference to the statue today. Like he said, he has never seen it before in person. So I would imagine, because he made reference to it, that would be the first thing that they show.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, that's the story is him coming back, and he has a freaking statue. So I would imagine that's going to be shown pretty quickly.
What will be higher? By the way, it's minus 300. So those odds aren't great. Maybe somebody knows someone in the production truck, but the Philly play is plus 200. What will be higher? Philadelphia's first half points or Philadelphia's second half points?
I mean, you got to go first half the way they've been playing, but it also feels like a trap. It also feels like this game they'll change it up and really turn it on in the second half. But I would go first half.
Well, somebody asked me today, like, will they score or will they need to score in the fourth quarter of the game? They haven't done that at all the last couple of weeks here. They have not scored in the fourth quarter. Is it going to be a game where they're going to need because I think they just kind of took the foot off the gas a little bit. Like, at no point do I feel like they were worried about Washington getting back in that game.
Yeah, it's been the past couple of games have been weird how it's played out, particularly in the second half and the fourth quarter. I don't think that trend's going to continue this week. I think this is going to be a really close game down to the wire where the Eagles are going to have to score points in the fourth quarter all the way up to the end.
All right, week 4. We are at week 4, quarter poll of the season. Which team will lose first, Miami or Philadelphia? Miami has the Bengals on Thursday night. After that, they play at the Jets, home to the Vikings, home to the Steelers, at the Lions, at the Bears. That takes you to week number 10. Philadelphia will have Jacksonville, Arizona, Dallas. They have a bye week, and then the Steelers and the Texans up to week number 10. Who's the better bet? Who loses first?
It's a tough one. I wouldn't bet this, but I would lean with the Eagles. I think this is a tough game this week. Like, if the Eagles can pull out a win here, I think they're going to be really in good shape. But I could see the Eagles losing this game. Doug coming home, knowing the team a little bit, knowing Jalen Hurts, and it's a little bit of an upset type of a game in Dougie P's homecoming. So I would lean with the Eagles losing first.
Any week 4 trends or numbers jump out at you midweek?
Nothing really midweek. I mean, Friday we can dive into it a little bit deeper. Do you have a lean for the Thursday night game?
I tend to Cincinnati last week. I like Cincinnati entering the year. I really felt that this team was going to jump to another level when they fixed that offensive line. I want to see what Tua's situation is. I think he's going to play, but
yeah.
I definitely want to see what that line kind of does tomorrow. But I kind of initially like Cincinnati at home because everybody, it feels like, is all jacked up about Miami. Are they ready to go on the road and win? They've looked good at times, but they were sloppy last week. They were sloppy. They were down big in the game against Baltimore. They were sloppy in the game against New England. So I feel like the public perception of them is probably a little overhyped. So I think a lot of money will go that way, and I'll slide in on the Bengals here.
And I that same thought, I think it's the other way for Cincy. Like, people are overreacting to a slow start out the gate for them. And I think they're going to be just fine this year once we get into the middle of the heart of the season.
Real quick, 30 seconds left. Media days all over the place. I said it yesterday. I think the Brooklyn Nets are going to be a handful.
If everyone's healthy and happy, I don't know how they're not a handful. Right?
Yep. Ben Simmons, how many threes are you going to shoot this year? Bleep, I don't know. The fact that he even acknowledged the question tells me I feel like you might – I said this yesterday. This will be Ben Simmons' best year he's ever had.
Wow. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked at that, and I don't think he's going to shoot 1-3, and he can still have his best year by not shooting 1-3.
I agree. He can have his best year by not shooting the 3, but I think he will shoot this year.
Wow. I am not going to drink that Kool-Aid until I see it. I am not.
National Beer Day. Have a beer.
Ben's going to have a few beers before he has the guts to shoot a 3.
All right, man. Friday, we're back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN at Wise Rye. Download the podcast, Philadelphia CityCast, 5 days a week. Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. Right now, I need caller number 7, 609-573. 3776, 609-573-3776. Someone's going to enter to win Eagles Commanders club box seats for their Monday night meeting in Philadelphia on November 14th. Caller 7, enter to win club box Eagles tickets right now.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place in the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
We're here at the brand new RK Service Center. Got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be MyRKChevy.com, MyRKKia.com, and MyRKSubaru.com.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all that Claridge has to offer.
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Of course, Geoff Mosher is here on a Wednesday. We'll take a look at his Eagles-Jaguars thing and all things surrounding the Birds. Nick Sirianni today. Doug Pederson today as well. Dougie P's back in Philly, and I'm sure he'll be well received. This should be an interesting. I want to get Geoff Mosher's take on this because we did see Andy come back. We've seen guys in the past, but Doug Pederson, I feel, Geoff, it's going to be a very interesting dynamic at the start of this game. It's a 3-0 Eagles team that everybody's hyped about. They're getting a lot of attention. A lot of energy goes into like being excited about your team on game day. But then you got this guy coming in here. Is that going to kind of like flatten out some of the excitement for your team as you're kind of like, I don't think he's going to get booed by any stretch of the imagination, but like how do they kind of appropriate their energy towards Doug Pederson?
Yeah, I think we've done this a few times before. Donovan McNabb coming back. As you mentioned, Andy Reid came back, got a great.
Nobody's ever won the Super Bowl and come back.
Right. So I think that he will receive a very warm welcome. I think he's going to get a great ovation, and then the game's going to start. And then, I don't think there's going to be any inner conflict in the second quarter if Trevor Lawrence throws a touchdown pass to Christian Kirk. Like, do I boo Doug Pederson's team? I don't think that goes through the fans' mind. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been to a game as a fan in God knows how long, but I just sense that, it'll be love for Doug Pederson, and then the game, the ball gets kicked off, and then it's you're the enemy.
Yeah, I agree. It's just going to be a weird dynamic of the, you're so jacked up. Let's go. Let's beat this team. Hey, and I would imagine the Eagles are going to do something, some sort of thanks, Doug. Welcome, Doug. Doug's back.
So.
I don't know.
I would imagine so. Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard to just ignore it. I mean, you got to do something for the guy. Yeah.
He said today he's never seen the statue and, this whole weird dynamic, but he's got an interesting team coming in here, Most. Let's kind of start with them. It's a team that went on the road last week, beat up on the Chargers. It's a young team that really struggled the last couple of years. They did go to the AFC Championship game not too long ago. A lot of those guys are now gone, and after that run, they've had a lot of downtimes, but I think Doug has kind of changed the culture with a lot of the same players who were there in the past. They did add some guys with some money, but it's definitely an interesting Jacksonville team coming in this early in the year.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something you could see from the start. You probably could have predicted that Doug Pederson was going to go in and change the culture. I mean, the bar was fairly low because of the Urban Meyer, but Doug is the right guy when you need your culture change. He's always been very relatable for the players. He's always been a guy that players rallied around. And so you could see instantaneously that, or predict that he would have his finger on the pulse of that locker room. I know Adam Kaplan was down there in Jacksonville for part of his training camp, and he kind of described it as a Doug P. love fest going on. I mean, when you compare that to what they had last year and all the bad vibes, not surprisingly, but then they've turned that not just into good culture, but obviously into winning now after 3 weeks. And Mike, they've outscored their last two opponents 62-10. And those opponents were the Colts and the Chargers. I mean, two teams that didn't make the playoffs last year, but I think teams that people respect anyway and felt that would be on the up and up more so this year. I mean, the Chargers still have a chance, even with all their injuries, to be a good team. So for the Jaguars to go out to the West Coast and win 38-10 and have that kind of scoring margin over the last 2 weeks, I think is a testament to Doug's ability to take that team and get it playing together and for each other fairly quickly.
Yeah, I know that they spent a lot of money at that wide receiver position. A lot of people kind of scratched their heads, but I want to talk about the quarterback, Moshe. This was a guy that everybody thought was going to be a generational, game-changing player at that position. Nick Sirianni was asked about Trevor Lawrence today, but what are the Eagles seeing with Trevor Lawrence? I don't think we got a good read on what he really was last year.
No, I mean, this is like starting from scratch with a real head coach for Trevor Lawrence, and you can see the development already. I wouldn't, it's not like he's out there looking like Aaron Rodgers per se, but he only has one interception in 111 attempts. So that just shows you he's been a great caretaker of the football. He has generally spread the ball around, and Zay Jones, I think, is leading them in receptions, but Christian Kirk is leading them in receiving yards. Evan Ingram's gotten in the mix there. Trevor Lawrence doesn't have a ton of passing yards compared to some of the leaders, but he's got 6 touchdowns passes to 1 interception, and he's completing close to 70% of his passes. So you can sort of see already the caretaker of the football, the high completion percentage. You can see the comfort that Trevor has in a real offense, in a Doug Pederson offense. I would say the next step for them, and I don't know if they have the personnel to do it, but, is to try to stretch the field, because we know that's a big part of what Doug likes to do, sometimes to a fault. They really don't have a whole lot of deep plays. I went and looked in the NFL leaders in passing or receptions of 20 or more yards, and they're very, very low on the list. So they've been able to score and be efficient and move the ball effectively, but aren't necessarily a tremendous perimeter threat. They're sort of matriculating the ball down the field.
Well, I think anytime we look at an Eagles matchup, Geoff, it always has to start with, what does that team's offensive line look like? Because we know John Gannon wants to win right there up front without sending the pressure. If he wants to pressure Trevor Lawrence this week, are they going to have to get more than just the front four going?
Well, Doug likes his offensive line. It's clearly played fairly well for them to have done what they've done, both in the running game and the passing game. They've got some money invested in their tackles. I think they also have some in guard. They've reshaped it. So it's been, I would say this is obviously going to be a better offensive line than the one they faced on Sunday against Washington. So I would not expect an onslaught or a barrage of sacks. But nonetheless, I think the Eagles still are a team that you expect them to win battles in the trenches. And the big test will be what they do on the back end. What the biggest ingredient to all those 9 sacks, Mike, was what they were doing in coverage. When they're playing a lot of matchup zone coverage, which is sort of like it's zone but with man concepts built in. It's a little bit like if you relate to college basketball, what John Chaney or Jim Boeheim do, right? They play zone, but when you watch the ball get rotated against them and you see how fast the defenders move from the defender to defender to offensive player, it sort of looks like man at times. And really what you have the Eagles doing is trying to and they did a great job of it against Washington, which is take away those middle crossing routes, those pick plays, by having the cornerbacks kind of cover and then deliver to the next guy in the field, into the middle of the field. And that takes a lot of communication, takes being able to be sticky for 3 to 5 seconds, or maybe not that long, but 1 to 3 seconds, which is an eternity in football. And they did a really good job of that in Washington. And once you took that sort of first or second read away from Carson, then the pass rush was all up on him. So they'll have to do that to Trevor Lawrence. They're going to try to take away his first read, make him go to number 2, and hope that the pressure gets there. It did against Carson Wentz. It didn't per se against Jared Goff. It was okay at times against Kirk Cousins. But again, that was with Kirk Cousins. They had a blitz. So it'll be sort of fascinating to see how they respond from last game.
Of the 3 teams they've seen, where do you kind of put this Jacksonville team?
I don't know. They lost to the Washington Commanders. So I have trouble getting past that. And maybe, again, a lot of people want to bang on Washington and bang on Carson Wentz after they get humiliated. But I don't think that does any service to the Eagles, because I'd say the Eagles made that happen. Those Kirk Cousins looked pretty good the week after last week, right? He beat the Lions, and Carson Wentz had looked pretty good for the first 2 weeks, was among the leaders. So you got to give credit to the Eagles there. But I really don't know what this Jacksonville team is really all about. Look forward to seeing it more. But again, what they've done the last 2 weeks has been fairly impressive. You can make the argument that the Chargers are all banged up. It wasn't really the Chargers, but this is still the Jacksonville Jaguars, who won 3 games last year, and they already have 2 wins now. So I think they have to be considered pretty formidable.
Yeah, I think the one thing, that this team, as we kind of said, is they've changed the culture, Moshe, and I don't know how many wins that's worth, right? But at least now they're a team with a direction, which is something they weren't a year ago. Like, you would play them, and they had no direction. They didn't know what they wanted to do. They didn't know who they were. They now, at least, they might not be talented enough to beat a team at like Philadelphia on the road right now, but you would at least know there's a team that's going to be coming in with a plan, a game plan. What does culture, how many games does that win you? I don't know about that, but that's the difference where this team is now.
Yeah, and they've got young players that, as you're saying, you can see them building around. They're going in the right direction. I mean, obviously Trevor Lawrence is one, but Devin Lloyd, their linebacker from Utah, I know a lot of Eagles fans loved him and hoped that they would get him somehow. He's off to a pretty good start. Christian Kirk's contract was laughed at, and deservedly so. He's not a $24 million receiver, but he is doing a good job. In fact, I think he's 4th among receivers in the NFL right now on 3rd down, meaning his catches lead to a 1st down. So he's clearly been a good safety valve there for Trevor Lawrence. They got 2 pass rushers in number 1 overall pick Trayvon Walker and Josh Allen, who's been a pretty good pass rusher in this league for a few years, but sort of flies under the radar, right, because he plays for the Jaguars. And one of their free agent signings on defense, Foye Oluokun from he went to Harvard, I believe. He was playing with the Falcons. He's a really good player too. So they have a good front 7 with some guys who can rush the passer and some guys at the linebacker level who can just run and cover. And I think that's really starting to come together for them. So when you put that and an improving offense together, and you see, obviously with James Robinson and Travis Etienne, like you're saying, they've got nice young components, got a few veterans in there too, like Evan Ingram and Brandon Sharf. And so they're Doug Pederson said he thought this Jaguars team was way ahead of where his 2016 Eagles team is. Remember, that team started off 3-0 and finished, I believe, 7-9.
Geoff, Geoff, you wrote an interesting piece over at InsideTheBirds.com, and I asked you about offensive line, but I guess you got to look at the Eagles secondary and the job they're doing in how that will factor in this week against guys like Christian Kirk and Zay Jones, who are not Terry McLaurin, who are not Justin Jefferson. They are not Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's really developed into, I don't want to say a number 1 receiver, but he's put himself into a tier ahead of Christian Kirk and Zay Jones and their crew. So I would imagine the Eagles secondary is going to have a significant advantage this week.
I would agree. Well, yeah, I would think so. I mean, listen, I don't. It's a marriage here between your front end and your back end, and what you're doing to your quarterback. So, I don't want to say that the Eagles secondary is man for man is so much better than Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson and Logan Thomas. I think that the offensive line issues came into play there, and then the quarterback issues also came into play there. So. If Trevor Lawrence is well protected and he can get from read to 1, read 2, and you have to ask these guys to run just a little longer, then maybe it's a different story. But to your point, what the Eagles are able to do this year is entirely different schematically than what Jonathan Gannon can do last year. And some of the names you didn't hear much on Sunday but had really big impacts were James Bradbury, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, for example, Kazir White. And because again, on those sort of man zone concepts underneath, when you're kind of running with a guy and then passing him off, and you're making those zone windows tighter and more difficult to throw into and forcing the quarterback away from him, that's because you got sticky coverage going on for 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 steps. And they couldn't do that with Anthony Harris last year, and they couldn't do it with Steven Nelson. How do I know? Because they didn't. right? I mean, they played both those guys. And not only that, but you now see Eagles cornerbacks playing up more at times on wide receivers. He's not afraid that if they do get beat, that the safety's not going to get there in time or can't reverse. So he's been able to play a variety of backgammon coverages because he has versatile guys who can run and cover.
I know one of the things you and Adam looked at on this week's edition of the Inside the Birds podcast, which I encourage everybody to go listen to because both guys really got some good breakdowns on what they saw. And I guess one thing is that gets fired at Shane Steichen yesterday and Nick Sirianni today is the development of Jalen Hurts. So what are people seeing from Hurts in his development through these first 3 games as to why he's having MVP-level success?
Yeah, I know people who've, watched the tape, graded it, league personnel sources would probably tell you that his game against Minnesota was the best game of the 3 so far from just checking off all the boxes. But that's not to diminish how well he did play against Washington. He did an excellent job of putting the ball up where only his receivers could make plays. He's been way more accurate this year. And a large part of that is having his feet set. His mechanics are good. They're fundamentally sound because he's not trying to make throws on the run. He's not always leaving the pocket too early. If he does leave the pocket, he keeps his eyes down the field. And then if he has the opportunity to stop and throw or throw with his feet planted at least after leaving the pocket, he will do that. And that's different than what you saw last year. You saw a lot of mechanical breakdowns that caused throws that didn't have enough velocity or torque and were either be misplaced or intercepted or just, sailed. So sort of like what you saw from Carson Wentz on Sunday. Not good mechanics, and therefore that leads to a different throw than you're anticipating. He did a really good job of that against Washington of that.
I want to get your thoughts. One of the guys we talked a lot about today is TJ Edwards and the role that he has on this defense. We're talking about the pass rush. We talk about the secondary. What we haven't been talking about a lot this year is the linebackers, and that's a good thing. And it's because normally when we've talked about the linebackers is they stink, they can't do anything, they're getting exploited, teams are going right after them. Doesn't seem like they are now, and TJ Edwards is a big reason, I think, that this defense up front and in the back can do what they want to do.
No question about it. No question. Not just is he a good run stopper and instinctive. I mean, he's been good in coverage, too, which is not an area where he has excelled a whole lot. I mean, he's been so good in coverage, Mike, to the point where he is the only linebacker on the field when they're in a dime personnel, which is a one linebacker, 6 defensive back personnel. If we were going into the season, like if you asked me in August, if the Eagles are in dime, give me the depth chart at linebacker, right? I would have probably said, well, Kaiser White 1, Nakobe Dean 2, and Davion Taylor, who's not even on the team right now. I probably would have put him 3rd and then TJ Edwards 4th. And he has completely turned the table on me and anybody else and risen all the way to the top. So, I mean, this is Kaiser White, who's playing well. His specialty is running and covering. I mean, he's a converted safety, and they still have TJ Edwards out there in those situations. And we keep getting asked, and it's sort of mind-boggling to me, but Adam and I keep getting emails and tweets and, questions, ask ITB, when's Nakobe Dean going to play? When's Nakobe Dean going to play? And I get it. I understand the hype, but who are you taking off the field to put Nakobe Dean in? What's broken that you think you're fixing by putting Nakobe Dean in the game? You're just getting really outstanding play right now by TJ Edwards and Kaiser White. So there's really nothing to do here.
Right. This isn't like an NBA game where you take the guard out and give the guy 5 minutes to run the offense just so you can give your guy a quick breather, right? I mean,
you're right.
A lot of times
you don't want to take these guys off the field.
Yeah, I get it. Fans like to see the rookies, especially a guy who was much hyped as Nakobe Dean was. People thought they were getting a special type of player that could really change the complexion of your defense. Well, right now, you got 2 guys playing at a level that your defense of complexion has changed.
Yeah, they did get someone who's changing the complexion of the defense. They just had him all along.
Yeah. All right, Geoff Mosher, the Inside the Birds podcast, and, of course, Inside the Birds pre- and post-game show every Sunday before and after every Eagles game. Greg Cosell's on the pregame, Trey Thomas on the post-game show, and, of course, they break out all the action after Eagles and Jaguars. Jeff's back on Monday. Tomorrow it's Andrew DeCecco and Adam is here on Friday's edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. All right, Moshe, we'll talk to you, buddy.
All right, my friend. Take care.
There's Jeff Mosher, of course, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And if you're watching the show live, you can do that easy on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. Download the free mobile app on your phone. You can watch the show through the app on your phone. You can watch the show through our website, 973ESPN.com. The player is posted there. And you could be a part of the live chat during the video portion of the show. And you can always chat with us if you're listening on the radio, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Jack in Wildwood wants to know. He said 7 is the magic number. That is wins by the Phillies or Brewers lost. The magic number dropped by 1 last night because the Brewers did not win, correct? We don't need 7 more wins to clinch. That's right, we don't. Don't need 7 more wins. You need some sort of combination of Phillies wins and losses to equal 7. So he said, you just said we didn't gain any ground last night. They didn't extend their lead in the race. It's still 1.5, but they did gain in the magic number dropping. So if you feel good about that, great. I agree with you. I think the Phillies are going to make the playoffs. I think the math is in a tough spot for the Brewers. And if the Phillies don't make the playoffs, it's an epic collapse. I mean, there's no way to put it. It's going to be a bad offseason. Actually, it might be a very intriguing offseason if they don't end up making the playoffs. NFL Find 5, Ugly 5 coming up tonight at 4:45. We'll do the NFL Find 5, Ugly 5, my 5 best 5 worst teams in the league. Cup of Joe Valerio, Jeff Kerr tonight. We got a lot still to do. I hope you don't go away. Headlines are coming up next.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Phillies lineup's out. We got that. We got the headline. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. You can watch it through the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. Phillies lineup's the same as it was last night. Just Nola's pitching instead. They didn't do anything. Schwarber, Hoskins, Harper, Realmuto, Bohm, Castellanos, Marsh, Segura, Stott, Nola against the Cubs tonight. They got to win tonight. Got to win tonight, baby. We'll have the Brewers and Cardinals on 97.3 ESPN. So if you want to kind of check in on the Brouhahas, combination of wins and losses, 7 magic numbers. So if the Phillies get a win tonight and the Brewers get a loss, now you're down to 5.
Combination is the key.
There you go.
The Eagles injury report just came out as well during the break there. 4 DNPs. Now, one of them is A.J. Brown. He has a child on the way. It's supposed to be born any minute, basically. So that's why he was not at practice. Landon Dickerson did not even do anything today. He just stayed on the sidelines, according to pictures on Twitter. He's still out with that unspecific foot issue. Boston Scott was out with a rib. Darius Slay, he didn't practice with the back, but he was on the side field doing some drills, so at least he's doing stuff out there.
I would guess the Dickerson one is the one to kind of keep an eye on.
Yes.
He did play last week, but as you kind of pointed out, they did have Opeta, I think, played 11 plays last week. So
yeah, Dickerson was not at his best. Now, maybe the working theory is that if Dickerson doesn't practice today or tomorrow with enough rehab, maybe he can be out there for Friday for practice and then be good to go on Sunday.
I would imagine, if he played last week and he got through the game, I mean, he did miss some time. I think he probably would play, but something to keep an eye on. Dickerson's a pretty key guy on that line. I really think, man, as much as Howie had a lot of misses and got a lot of criticism, he has hit some grand slam homers with some guys.
Ain't that the truth? Especially with the offensive line. Another guy goes down for the Chargers, Joey Bosa.
Oh, I saw this.
He's going to miss at least the next 4 weeks. He had groin surgery. Now, look, that could mean anything, but according to the Chargers, he is expected to be back this season.
That team just can never get past it, man. Keenan Allen missed time already. Now you got Rashawn Slater hurt. You got your quarterback with a rib cartilage fracture. How do you fracture cartilage?
That I don't have an answer for.
Usually I thought you would have some sort of, maybe you even had that injury.
No, I have not had that injury. The only thing I do know is that according to Stefania Bell, she heard her mention this over the weekend on ESPN, she basically explained that apparently the cartilage in between your ribs is not the same type of cartilage that is in other parts of your body. So apparently it's a different basically type of cartilage, and that's the reason why you can fracture it.
Well, they've had the injury bug bite them, and it's not minor guys. Slater, one of the best guys at his position in the game. And
he's
now
done for
Bosa,
the year.
And Bosa.
Zach Wilson has been medically cleared, and he is expected to start this Sunday.
Okay, this one's interesting.
According to Robert Saleh. Now, for those who don't know, Joe Flacco is among the league leaders in passing yards this year, but they're going back to Zach Wilson.
Well, they asked him to throw so much, and the question is, do they ask him to throw too much? I mean, the Jets, I like the kid Garrett Wilson. Forget Zach Wilson. I like Garrett Wilson.
Right.
But listen, they have to find out what they have with Zach Wilson. Now, I think the kid can't play. I think he'll end up moving on someplace else, and obviously someone else will take a shot on him because he was the, number 2 or 3 overall pick. But I just don't think Zach Wilson's going to be the guy for the Jets, but they got to make this move. You can't play Joe Flacco. Not at this stage.
No. You got to see if Wilson has anything at all, and then move on.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. So they're doing the right thing. The Jets are doing the right thing. Let's not slam them for removing Joe Flacco. Look, if they were 3-0, different story. Maybe you're like, all right, we're off to a 3-0 start. The veterans playing pretty well, but 1-2. You got to go. You got to go with the young kid.
I got a little news for you for Thursday Night Football. The Dolphins' injury report is out. Currently, Tua Tagovailoa is listed as questionable for the game. The only 2 players that have been ruled out are Keithan Carter and Teron Armstead. So the tackle, he may not, looks like he's not going to play. Hunter Long has been ruled out. They're missing 2 tight ends, so maybe Gesicki gets more reps in the game. But Teron Armstead and Tua both questionable.
I'm sorry. I'm watching the video and I see your lunch in the background there. And if anybody sees Josh's lunch, you would see that it's like the assortment of just what is that back there? It's probably like a huge thump of chicken.
It's boneless chicken breast.
Yeah, a big, just huge piece of boneless chicken breast, and Lord knows what else. But it's like so perfectly put in the shot right there. See, that's what you're missing if you're not watching the video.
I'm glad I can entertain.
Big boneless chicken breast, just like. Go ahead. What was that? The Dolphins' health.
Tua and Teron Armstead are both questionable for tonight's game.
It's tomorrow night, and yeah, I said I think Tua will play. I would be surprised if he didn't. Now, if he did not practice, he did what, a walkthrough?
Right. The Dolphins had no practice this week, according to the report I'm reading. It was walkthroughs this week in anticipation of getting out of town in time because of the hurricane.
Well, and I did see the story, and this is one that we can throw into the headlines. There's some thought that the Chiefs-Bucks game would be in Minnesota.
Yes, here's the report. NFL's Jeff Miller told Judy Batista of NFL Network that there is no change of status for Sunday Night Football, but the league has basically Minneapolis as the backup plan if the game can't be played in Tampa.
Yeah. So
if those who don't know, the Bucks are practicing in the Miami area right now.
Oh, I had read something that they were practicing in West Virginia.
Oh, they moved again?
I don't know. I didn't know that they were in Miami. I thought that they were at the Greenbrier in West Virginia. There's a lot of teams that go down there when teams from the West Coast come to the East Coast and have to play on the East Coast for 2 weeks in a row. They will go to the Greenbrier in West Virginia for whatever reason. I don't know why that's the spot, but I thought I read that the Bucks were practicing there.
Well, in this Yahoo Sports and NFL Network report I'm reading right now, they're in Miami, according to this, and that was posted today.
All right, now this was just shown to me. Bowles said they looked into practicing in West Virginia before Miami opened up. Okay, so I did read they were practicing in West Virginia, but I guess Miami opened up and they decided to go to Miami.
Gotcha. So that's where Greenbrier came up.
Well, that's the spot in West Virginia where people will generally practice. I've never been to the Greenbrier. I don't know why that's the spot. I don't know if they have, like, football fields down there or anything, but, you know.
Hey, you know what? Maybe you should go check it out one of these days.
Let's go. Rapid fire here, man. When I pause, go. Let's go. Let's get it moving. I want to hear more. I guess you're not ready. All right. Here's an interesting one. Will Levis. A lot of people picking him to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. I'm reading that right now. That's the top headline. That's the headline. That's the story right there. Will Levis, the backup quarterback at Penn State. Can you imagine a Kentucky quarterback getting drafted number? Oh, it happened before.
Yes.
And that guy didn't do so well. Tim Couch.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Couch, first of all, came from an air raid offense, went to a Browns team that was starting from scratch. Butch Davis should have never been a guy in the NFL. People argue Couch should have never been the first overall pick.
Well, Kentucky at that time was a disaster of a football program that had a good quarterback. They are a top 10 team in the country right now.
And Levis, people forget about Levis, was part of the reason why he transferred from Penn State to Kentucky was because they were only letting him basically be a wildcat quarterback. According to reports, basically, they didn't really want him as the quarterback. And he was like, you know what, I'm going to go somewhere where we'll actually throw the football. And you could argue that he has really evolved as a passer from what he did at Penn State to what he is now.
So much so that there are people writing that he will be the number 1 pick in the draft. Now, your face is telling me otherwise, unless you smell the thump of chicken that you have over there that's forcing your face to make that odd smirk. But I don't like this quarterback class. I know people like Stroud and they like Bryce Young. I said last year I didn't like Bryce Young. He's too small for me.
Well, then you don't like Kyler Murray either.
Don't love Kyler Murray. If I'm Arizona, do I love Kyler Murray? No, the team might, but the fans?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Here's my thing. I think that Stroud's probably going to end up being the number 1 overall pick. The season has to progress more. The problem I have with Levis being number 1 overall pick is that I just don't think he's evolved enough as a quarterback to get to that point. I don't think his development as a quarterback is number 1 pick and draft guy. You know what I mean?
Well, these guys sound like me, apparently, that they don't like the 2 other quarterbacks that everybody has the hype on, and now Levis is a guy who is playing at a level that you're going to have to start throwing his name into the conversation.
I understand the Bryce Young thing, but what do you think the issue then is with Stroud?
Have you been overly impressed with Ohio State this year and that offense? Like, the offense was supposed to be like this explosive offense.
No, but they also lost a ton of guys from last year. They lost Olave. They lost Wilson.
They're Ohio State. These teams lose guys all the time, and then the new guy emerges, and he's the next top 10 pick. But part of it is because they have Stroud. You know, that was part of why they thought this offense would be so good. And now last week against Wisconsin, who's a pretty generally gives you a tough game, they look pretty good. So we'll see. I mean, I'm more of a Stroud fan than I would be a Young fan at the NFL level. But I don't know. Bryce Young, to me, is just the Alabama quarterback that everybody's on. He's just he had so many weapons down there. It's so hard to quantify how good those guys are.
If I could squeeze in a sports media story for you, Andrew Marchand is reporting at TNT is hiring Jamal Crawford.
I saw that.
To replace Dwayne Wade. For those who know, Dwayne Wade left TNT because he wants to focus on his business outside of, being involved in media. And so Crawford, who got a cup of coffee with TNT last year, apparently impressed enough to get the full ride.
I'm interested in that because Jamal Crawford's not a guy that stands out as an interview. It's your boy Scoopy's guy,
yeah,
right?
It's his guy, yeah.
How many off seasons did he have him playing for the Sixers?
Every off season.
Yeah. By the way, if Aaron Judge doesn't homer tonight, the Yankees are off tomorrow. Friday night's game is on Amazon Prime. Will the Yankees and Yes Network ask Amazon to put the game on Yes like they did last week with Apple?
Should they?
Apple said, no, not going to do it. Will Amazon Prime say, sure, we'll do it? See, if I'm Apple, I probably would have let them do it last week. You want to give me free promotion? You want to put my graphics and my announcers on your Yes Network? Why would I say no to that?
Right, simulcast.
Yeah. Sometimes people who make decisions are too dumb for their own good.
Stubborn.
No, I call them dumb. You're being nice. They're not smart. Decision makers aren't smart. They just happen to fall ass backwards into stuff sometimes.
Sometimes.
Look,
it's not everybody, obviously, but there's a general principle that if you are somebody making those kind of decisions, you need to have the connectivity to how the decision impacts other people.
Yes, the Yes Network wanted to give you a 3-hour free billboard. What does that cost in New York City? To put your product on in front of 900,000 eyeballs in New York City, and you said no. That doesn't sound like a bright decision to me.
No.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. All right, coming up, Find 5 Ugly 5, 5 best, 5 worst teams in the league. Who are the 5 best, 5 worst teams? I got to tell you, there's not 5 good and there's not 5 bad right now. It's a lot of somewhere in between. George and Egg Harbor City was our qualifier last hour. We're going to do another qualifier coming up in about 15 minutes or so. Enter to win Eagles Commanders Club Box seats. Keep listening for your cue to call every hour on the Sports Bash. We'll be live at Garden State Beer Company on Friday, October 28th. Don't forget, watch the show live. Go to our website, 973ESPN.com, or use the free mobile app streaming live on YouTube, powered by BFA Sports.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
We're here at the brand new RK Service Center. Got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be myrkchevy.com, myrkkia.com, and myrksubaru.com.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
All right, 4:48, time for the Fine Five, Ugly Five. Fine Five, Ugly Five, five best, five worst teams. These are my five best, five worst teams. Now, I got to tell you, it's not easy. There are not five best and there are not five worst. So don't take, if I don't put your team in one of the five or ugly fives, it's essentially because there's not five great teams and there's not five awful teams quite yet. All right, let's go with the Fine Five, number five. Number five is the Ugly Five. Number one. Number five, is the Raiders. I don't think they're one of the five worst teams in the league, but 0-3 right now. I feel like they're going to get off this ugly list, but they're one of the few winless teams in the league so far. So just because I don't like Josh McDaniel hire, I don't not like him. I just think he wasn't a great hire. I don't like him as a head coach. I'd rather say, hey, coordinator, great. I don't think he's head coaching material. Raiders are number 3. Number 5. Sorry.
I mean, I personally have the Cardinals number 5. I have the Raiders a little deeper on the list. I think the Cardinals right now, we brought up Kingsbury being the top candidate to potentially be fired at the sports betting odds. I'm putting him in that conversation, man.
Number 4 for me, I'm going Panthers, Carolina. They won last week, but like I said, there's not 5 uglies yet. Mm-hmm. But in the end, I just think that team lacks a lot, including quarterback play.
They do. I got the Raiders at 4 for me.
Number 3, it's the Falcons. They won last week on the road after they were on the road on the West Coast for 2 weeks in a row. I had them as my ugliest team last week. I dropped them from 1 to 3. I got to give them credit for a road win. But ultimately, I think the Falcons are going to be hanging on this list for most of the season.
I got the Falcons at 3, too. I think that they won that game because they played the Seahawks, not because they're actually a good football team.
Number 2, give me Seattle. I think this team's going to end up on this list. I know they won that game on the first Monday night of the year or Sunday night or whatever it was. It was a feel-good win at home. They beat Denver, Russell Wilson. But in the immortal words of, I think it's Cyndi Lauper, I see your true colors shining through there to the Seattle Seahawks.
I got Seattle at 2 as well.
Houston's the worst team in the league.
Yep.
No wins, 1 tie. They lost to the Bears. If you're not going to beat the Bears, I feel like you're going to have trouble winning football games this year. Houston right now, you are number 1 in the ugly 5.
I got them there too.
A lot of contenders for the uglies, but they're my 5 this week. All right, Fine 5. These are my 5 best teams in the NFL. This is tough. I got the Rams number 5.
I got the Packers at number 5.
Interesting. I got the Packers at number 4. I mean, look, they went on the road. I know Tampa's banged up, but they scratched and clawed a way to win a game on the road in the NFL against a good team. And I know the Bucs are banged up, but I thought the Packers got into a little bit of a bare-knuckle fight and came out the winner.
Thoughts on Aaron Rodgers saying he looked at the Jumbotron and gave advice to the coaches?
Yeah, I'm sure. That's almost akin to Orlovsky calling out the Panthers last week, and then the Panthers basically saying, well, we ran for 167 yards, so maybe they didn't catch on to what we were doing. But bon voyage. Number 3, I got Philadelphia at number 3. They've been probably the most dominant team in the league, but if I'm being objective here, I think they're not a complete team just yet. So I'm going to go Philadelphia here. And one of the reasons is, I got to see the defense more consistent. I'm not saying they haven't been consistent, but I want to see them kind of pile some weeks up with the defense playing at this level. If they do it 2 or 3 more weeks defensively like that, you'll start to hear a different tune.
I got another bird at number 3 from my list, the Ravens. I have the Ravens at 3. I think the Ravens right now are playing like a complete football team. I got to give them a lot of credit.
Okay, number 2, I'm going to go Dolphins here. Dolphins, impressive win at home. Not impressive in terms of how they did it, but you beat the Bills. I got to give you credit. And it's going to be crazy because I'm going to have the Bills at number 1 because ultimately this is the Fine 5. Who do I think is the best team? I think it's the Bills. Even though they lost that game. They were banged up, they're hurt, they're on the road, and they really still should have won that game. They have the ball with a chance to win it. I think if the Bills and Dolphins play on neutral fields, the Bills beat them every single time. The game just happened to be a September game in South Florida, which made it a challenging situation. And I think the Dolphins are 2 right now because they beat the Bills. But I think if they play 10 times in neutral site, that the Bills beat them all 10.
I think you should work for the College Football Playoff Committee with that reasoning.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got the Bills at 1 as well. I have the Eagles at 2 on my list.
This is different. This is the Fine 5. These are my 5 best teams. This isn't who I think should represent you in your playoff pool.
It still sounds like the guy who runs the College Football Playoff Committee.
Yeah. Well, this is a...
I think you should audition for that job.
Bills, Dolphins, Eagles, Packers, Rams. That's my Fine 5. Texans, Seahawks, Falcons, Panthers, Raiders. They're my ugly 5 this week.
By the way, was Ken Dorsey's temper tantrum one of the top 10 all time?
He definitely got at it. But apparently the Bills players were pretty happy to see him show that emotion.
Yeah, apparently Josh Allen was loved it. apparently. Now, of course, people forget Dorsey University in Miami guys, so maybe there's a part of him that really wanted to win.
Fine Five, Ugly Five. We'll do it again next week. Like I said, I like the Ugly Five is really hard because teams that are normally in there, your Jets, your Giants, your Commanders, they're not ugly quite yet, but I'm sure they're going to start falling into the ugly direction.
They'll get there.
Yeah. Clay Harbor is on Friday's show, former Eagle, former Jaguar. He'll be our outside view this week. That'll be on Friday's show, former Eagle, former Jaguar, Clay Harbor, right here on the Sports Bash. Tomorrow we are live at Chickies and Pete's in Egg Harbor Township. We're at the EHT location tomorrow. So if you're in the EHT area, come on out and see the show live. And, of course, you can always watch the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, powered by our friends at BFA Sports. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And coming up, Cup of Joe Valerio. Quarter pole through the season is coming up. We'll get his thoughts on what we've seen through 4 games so far. The parity in this league. Are the Eagles definitively one of the best 2 or 3 teams in football? Do they have a weakness? If so, what is it? Former NFLer Joe Valerio. Hey, right now I need caller number 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. We want to add you to our list of qualifiers to win Commanders Club Box seats. Eagles Commanders Club Box seats. Caller number 7, you are entered for a chance to win. 609-573-3776.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place in the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
7-3 ESPN. We're just after 5. Cup of Joe in just a moment. Sports Bash taking you to the top. John in Mays Landing. John, you have a chance to win Eagles Commanders Club Box tickets. We're going to be live at Garden State Beer Company on Friday, October 28th. One lucky winner's walking away with the Club Box seats. John in Mays Landing, Georgia and Egg Harbor City, Jeff in Ocean City. You're our latest qualifiers today on the Sports Bash. Another cue to call coming up in about 45 minutes from now, so stick around for your chance to qualify. Joe Valerio played in the NFL with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's the host of the Believe in Chiefs podcast. Cup of Joe is what we call the segment. We just kind of throw around a lot of football. We get perspective from a guy who played in the league. He knows what these guys are going through. He knows what's happening on a week-to-week basis. And we're about the quarter pole after this week, Joe. And, man, this Jalen Hurts is opening eyes. I know that you talked about him in the preseason. We talked about him last week. But did he take another step forward last week with his performance against Washington? And I asked that question, Joe, because the numbers are eye-popping. But he got off to a slow start. He was like 1 for his first 5. And then, bang, he hit you.
Yeah, Mike, I think we talked a little bit about it last week. I like a little adversity with your quarterback. You know, when you're on the team and you see your quarterback run into issues and then they correct the mistakes and they keep playing through it, I mean, fantastic stuff from Jalen, right? We talked about that, the maturation, that we were seeing from him and how he was handling – or how he's handled the pressure of this year being, I think, a make or break year for him, because the NFL is harsh that way. And, you get into, this part of your career, it's almost like the verdict is going to be in or out. And I think he's just calming all the critics down by doing what he needs to do. And again, back to your original comment about struggling at the beginning, there's nothing like getting into an offensive huddle when your quarterback is struggling and you see the confidence in their eyes and they continue to come out and perform. So I look at adversity as a positive to mold people if they take the next step to get better, and he's doing that. He's not just collapsing under the pressure. And to be honest, Mike, I don't want to put it out there for more undue pressure, but it's only going to get worse because as they continue to perform and he continues to play well, and they get into the, when they're 7-1, or hopefully they're 8-0, or, and they've got the wins behind them. And it's like the pressure is going to continue to build. He needs to have some kind of a release valve to let all that pressure out. And I think, that's going to be important for the coaching staff to give him that leeway as he moves forward.
Well, Joe, his answer today I thought was very interesting to get the mindset of a guy who is in the moment. He said, if you think you've arrived, you won't. There is no arrival. I'm obsessed with playing to my standard. I thought that answer, you never hear it like that. If you think you arrived, you will never arrive, essentially. So he's saying, if I let myself think that I've exceeded my expectations, I'm never going to pass my expectations. His mindset is the right mindset.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the kind of way Joe Montana was. Being in the huddle with him, being in the classroom with him, being on the field with him, that's what you want out of a quarterback. Because I tell this story all the time. Like, we were in the mini camp, the first mini camp, which was our first live action together as a team in 1993 when Joe Montana came. Everyone expected him, to let the weight of his Super Bowl rings hold his arm down. And no one I think people maybe expected him to be checking it in, let me get a couple more years in here with the Chiefs and blah, blah, blah. And I never saw a guy in my 6-year career prepare as much as a guy that had won 4 Super Bowls, 3 MVPs, and it pretty much was Mr. Everything, and still debatable whether he's the GOAT of quarterbacks, right? I never saw a guy prepare as much. I never saw a guy as hungry as he was at his age, at his advanced part of his career. And I was like, that's leadership. So I am 100% on board with what Jalen's saying. And I used to have a slogan in my locker room in college, in my locker, it used to say, good enough is never good enough. And I think that's exactly the mindset that Jalen's taken right now. And that, I'm telling you, the team is going to feed off of that. Because look, let's be honest. You can talk about defense. You can talk about everything. Let's really call it what it is. Offenses and teams, the whole team, they feed off the energy of the quarterback and the confidence of their quarterback. So I think he's got the exact absolute right mindset, and he's showing the team that that's what he's all about.
Today, Nick Sirianni, Joe, was asked about the quarterback having the talent elevated around him. How receivers can elevate the quarterback, and I wonder if that's a situation that you're seeing here, where yes, Hurts has improved himself, but he's getting some help because he's got some really good players around him.
Oh yeah, it's all complementary, right? I mean, it's all, it's all whatever you build around your team. I mean, you know how it is. Football teams are a puzzle piece. When the offensive line's not playing well, you can't run, you can't get the quarterback time. If you don't have the right receivers running the right routes, then you don't have a whole lot, right? Because you have nobody to throw to. And it just, the whole team is a puzzle piece. And I think what the Eagles are doing right now is they're winning every game in at least two of the three departments, right? And if you can win on all three, I'm not saying you guarantee yourself a win, but when you can hit on special teams and you can do all the right things, when you can hum on offense and your defense is playing well, and you don't make mistakes and you don't get penalties, and you do all those things right, it's with the parity of the NFL, that seems to be sort of the deciding factor. It's how well can each aspect of the game play and put it all together. And they have absolutely done that, for this team. And I think that's what good general managers do. That's what good coaches do. They build their playbook around their players. They find the right players to put into spots that are going to be complementary and help each other. Look, you saw it, right? AJ Brown, you and I were talking about that in the first week, right? He had the game of his life. It's like, oh my God, what a pickup. And then all of a sudden people start to double cover him, and Devonta's, hitting it. Miles is just, he's on fire right now, right? But he's got Boston and Kenneth Gainwell backing him up, right? He's got, like, they just have all the pieces right now. And I'm going to knock on every piece of wood that is in front of me right now and just say that as long as they can stay healthy, keep that offensive line healthy, keep all of these guys healthy. I know they have a couple of dings right now, and people, some of the players aren't practicing, but I'm telling you, I think we said it early. We saw this team rise and say, this could be a team that not only wins the NFC East, but they could be a team that we would be disappointed if they didn't win at least 2 playoff games. And I think they're continuing to hit on that, and they're rising and getting everybody's expectations where they need to be.
Yeah, I want to kind of pick your brain on if you were, the defensive coordinator and you had to figure out a way or which guy to key on or try to take out to say, all right, you're not beating us. Which guy is the guy on Philadelphia?
You mean from the other team's perspective?
Yeah, like if you were a defensive coordinator and you had to figure out who to stop, who's the guy?
Well, I mean, look, the nice thing about what their roster is, and this is going to be maybe maybe a little bit of an easy answer, but number one, it's going to have to be Jalen, because he can hurt, no pun intended. He can hurt you in so many ways, right? He can press the line of scrimmage. He can bring linebackers up. He can dink and dunk, down the field by pressing the line of scrimmage with the RPO, with his feet. He's got the receiver. So yeah, when the teams were focusing on, and they probably have been focusing on AJ Brown now, when they saw what he did in week 1, right? Because now they get film. Now they have film, right? So you got 3 games of film now to go off of. So they're going to start bracketing AJ Brown. Bam! You saw what it's done for like Devonta, right? So, I mean, I think it's going to be really hard. It's an easy answer, I know, but it's going to be hard for teams to try to stop one aspect, because as soon as they put 8 up in the box and they think, all right, that's it, Miles Sanders, no more. We're shutting you down, buddy. You've had enough. You've had your good 3 games. We're shutting you down. We're going to put 8 up in the box to pressure this offensive line. And then, what can Jalen do? Boom, he's going to get you with the pass. He's going to hit you in the intermediate and some long passing. And when that starts to work, we're going to give it, and they start pulling out of the box and they start going into sort of, nickel and dime coverage every down. Bam, give it back to Miles. Let Jalen do the RPO. So I think they're in a really good rhythm right now. And if I'm a defensive coordinator, I don't know where to put I don't know where to put all my chips. Am I putting it all on Jalen? Am I putting it all on the receiving core? Am I putting it on, and let's not forget about Dallas. He's really, really establishing himself as a threat. Or am I going to put everything up in the box and put all my chips on stopping the run? I don't know what I would do right now if I'm a defensive coordinator, to be honest.
Hey, Joe, speaking of defense, John Gannon, much maligned. A lot of people questioned him. What do we see in the last 2 weeks where they've been dominant? The defense giving up 7 points in the week against, Minnesota, 8 last week. So their defense has certainly changed the perception a little bit. But do you buy into that this defense has elevated?
Oh my gosh, yeah, they've just they've just put up so many good numbers, as it relates to, their average yards per rush. And because that's kind of like where it all, that's where it really all starts, right? I mean, it starts with being able to, limit the amount of time, the other team is on the field, right? That's what you really, really need to do. You need to make sure that the other team is not getting, high average runs per carry. You want to stop the middle passing game, and they're doing it all. They're getting pressure on the quarterback. They're blitzing at the right time, which is great, and they got to keep up whatever formula and algorithms they're throwing into the computer on that. They're making all the right decisions right now at the right time. So I think it has to do with having a combination of the right personnel and the right game plan. And I think they, that game was as, that was as a cakewalk as a game is going to get for a team, right? When you look at what they did, just getting after Carson Wentz, really limiting what that team was doing in the run game. I mean, it was very anemic, what Washington was able to come up with. So, when Carson Wentz is your longest average, per rush rusher in the game, that says a lot, because those are just some scrambles that he had, here and there. And he had that one long scramble for 13 yards. Other than that, I mean, no long runs. Very, Antonio Gibson, who, we know he can get the job done. I mean, 3.2 yard average, that's a thing of beauty. That puts teams in a really bad situation.
There's no question, they have better talent on the defensive side of the ball. That we know. But to get the amount of sacks and hurries and pressures that they've been getting, that the coaches don't like the blitz if they don't have to. And last week they didn't have to. I don't know that that's sustainable. I think the next evolution, Joe, is can John Gannon make those adjustments in game? Hey, we're not getting pressure. Now I have to dial up pressure from another spot. I think that's what we need to find out from him moving forward here.
Well, that's what you ask of any coordinator, right? I mean, it's a long season, and I gotta be honest. I get excited about every Eagles game, but I wasn't as excited about the upcoming game against Jacksonville if I would have looked at the schedule 3 months ago, right? Jacksonville, hey, but they look really good. They look like, Doug Pederson. That's going to be an emotional roller coaster there, with Doug coming back into town. And I think they're going to have, there's going to be some good bulletin board material for Jacksonville to throw up on the board. And, I think that's going to make this game exciting. So I'm excited. I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be really good test for this team. And again, back to your question, Mike, about coordinators, both defensively like Gannon and your offensive coordinators too. That's really where the money's made, right? That's where they earn their paycheck. It's not putting together a game plan. There's only so many plays, right? There's only so many things that you can have in your playbook. To me, you're absolutely right. It's all about how do you adapt. When the running game's not going well, do you stick with it? Do you try to throw the ball? You have to adapt and give what the other team takes you. It's really a chess match.
Yeah, there's no question that as the season evolves. And you could talk about this, Joe, as teams get tape on you, because you start to watch the tape, you put the tape together and start to see trends and tendencies of this is what this team likes to do. And I'm sure teams are going to start to see some things that Philly likes to do and start to game plan for it a little better. And you wonder, like Doug Pederson this week, I'm sure you've been in a situation where a coach that was on your staff has now gone to the other side. How much influence is that? Doug Pederson, Mike Caldwell, there's a lot of guys who were in Philly that are now putting the game plan together to try to stop the team they used to coach.
Oh yeah, it's definitely emotional. I think there's been enough time that has lapsed between, when Doug was here now, then what he's going to have a real understanding of what the game plan is. New coaches come in. We used to get more worried when sort of like a position coach left, because, when a position coach leaves, you don't usually change your offense because a position coach leaves. So, so this is a different Eagles team. Like, this team doesn't really even look like, the offense or defense that he had at his command when he was here in Philly. So more than the emotional piece, that's about it, because, this is a totally new team. Now, if, your offensive line coach or your defensive line coach leaves, we used to get really worried about that, because guess what we were distracted with by then? Changing our calls, because, a defensive line coach goes from the Eagles to the Jaguars, and he knows not only the defensive line calls of the Eagles, he knows all the offensive line calls. When guys are trapping, when they're double teaming, he knows the audibles, and first thing they're going to do is he's going to walk into that room and he's going to say, all right, guys, if Jalen Hurts gets up and says blue 80, check, blue 90, guess what? They're running a sweep to the right. So, that's the kind of stuff that gets really distracting. And I used to dread that, because it just made you think about it too much. Like, oh man, now if we're doing a man blocking scheme, or, we're going to make a call on a certain Mike linebacker where we're sliding the protection, then all you got to do is, if you said, we used to say red, now you got to change it to, Ringo or something. And it's like, you got to think about other things. So that's a long answer to a short question, but I get more worried when there's position coaches that leave than a head coach, other than the emotional impact.
Yeah, I know. But those little nuggets are always interesting to hear, and they got a lot of position coaches that went that way. And Doug had Jalen. I mean, he was here when Jalen took over for Wentz those last couple games, and you wonder if he has something in his mind, Joe, about, hey, I know these are some of his weaknesses. I know these are some of the things he struggles with. Let's try to see if he's evolved from those weaknesses.
Yeah, the Chiefs just kind of went through that with, when they played against the Cardinals, and the Cardinals head coach was the one that recruited Patrick Mahomes to Texas Tech. And we had a little bit of talk about this on our podcast, and we thought, I don't know if it's going to be much of an impact. And it really didn't, because boy, did the Chiefs mop up the Cardinals in that game. I think Patrick used it as motivation to kind of show the coach that gave him a shot at Texas Tech that, like, look, I'm going to show you what I'm all about. And I think Jalen will probably want to do the same, more for a thank you, Doug, than I'm going to show you, Doug, like animosity. No animosity. He's going to say, hey, Doug Pederson, you gave me a shot to fill in. You brought me into this team as the head coach. I'm going to show you what I got in a good way, in a proud way, right? To give Doug Pederson some of that respect. I think that's what Jalen's going to come out guns. He's going to come out really working hard, because he's going to want to show Doug Pederson that Doug Pederson made a good choice for all the good reasons. And I think that fraternity in the NFL is like that, when you have coaches that you had a really good relationship with. I remember, watching guys like Bill Cowher come into Kansas City after he took over the head coaching job in Pittsburgh, and, how a lot of his players wanted to, like, show him as the head coach of the team. Not like, we're here to beat you, coach. We're here to show you that, we really appreciate everything you did for us. So we're gonna play our hearts out, actually, like for you. Like I think Jalen's gonna play for Doug Pederson in this game, which is a good thing because Doug's a likable guy. You know, he's somebody I think had a great relationship with the players. Small little nugget. Doug and I actually came out in the same year in the 1991 draft. So we had that in common. I didn't make it to head coach in the NFL, but Doug did. But that's what quarterbacks do. There's not a whole lot of lineman head coaches out there. But I have a lot of respect for Doug, and I think it's going to be in some ways fun, right, for Doug to come back. And
I would imagine, and I'm sure you've played with guys who have played against their former coaches or against their former teams. But how many of those teams and guys were the first guy to lead that organization to a Super Bowl? He's got to have some mixed emotions coming in here this weekend.
Oh, definitely. I mean, my God, he gave this city everything we were looking for, right? Think about that. I think back to that parade, and I think back to that team and the magic that he helped. He stoked the fire of that magic and just kept it alive, and with his positive attitude, and who can forget the Philly dialogue between him and Nick Foles? I mean, those are great memories, and I would hate for Doug to come into town and people to not give him everything that he deserves, as far as like giving this city what we were looking for and what we were hungry for so long. And that would hurt me, to if he didn't get that kind of dap, coming back in. But Eagles have a job to do, and this is going to be a big win on their way.
Yeah, I'd be pretty shocked if the fans don't acknowledge what he did. But I will say, I feel like it's going to be a mixed, I don't want to say mixed emotions, but just the energy in there is going to be weird. You have this team that everyone's excited about, and then you got to turn your energy to this guy who's the opponent for that day that you appreciated. I feel like that will kind of mix the emotions and the energy up in that building, and maybe help Jacksonville's, the fact that they're on the road here a little bit.
Yeah, that's it's funny because the at least it's like post getting the ring ceremony, right? Imagine if like Doug had to come back and get his ring, get a Super Bowl ring, like if it was the year later, like, oh, Doug's here, let's give the team their Super Bowl rings.
Right.
Like, oh man, that would have hurt. But I think there's been a little bit of time. I think this was a great opportunity for Doug to take over this Jaguars team, and it looks like they're playing good football right now. So I think it's going to be, like I said, not to beat that one up again, but it's a much more it's going to be a much better game than I thought it would be when I looked at the schedule, when it came out. Yeah, you had the Doug Pederson drama, but I just think it was, I just wasn't as excited about this Jaguars team as I am now, which again, look, it's the topsy-turvy week 3. Holy smokes.
And what we talked about, Joe, with Detroit in week 1, the Giants getting off to a 2-0 start. Don't know how many wins culture accounts for, but the cultures are changing in some of these down-rotten organizations, and Jacksonville is one of them.
Yeah, definitely. And their culture is everything. That, Mike. And I think what I'm liking right now is I'm liking the culture of the Eagles, most importantly.
Well, that because as you explained, if people weren't listening back in August when you talked about this, you were in Kansas City, which was a well-run organization, and then at the end you went to St. Louis, and at the time it was different. You walked in those doors in St. Louis, and the accountability was not the same.
No, the weight of the world was on our shoulders as players, and it was dramatic. I mean, I think I may have even said this, and pardon to the listeners if they heard this story before, but when I got there to St. Louis, and I was used to wearing the right uniform, even in meetings, right? We always wore our grays, and we had our gray shorts, gray shirts. Everybody had their hat on. Everybody had a pencil and their notebook with them and their playbook. Every meeting, nobody was late. Marty had lived under the mantra, if you're 10 minutes early, you're 15 minutes late. He would shut the door 5 minutes before a meeting started. And if you were outside, he'd say, stay out there. You don't deserve to be in if you're not going to be early. I got to St. Louis, and with all due respect to the staff that was there, but it was a disaster. Players walking around wherever they wanted, coming into the room whenever they wanted, no accountability. Players falling asleep in meetings, wearing street clothes, it was a disaster. And God love him. Rich Brooks got up in the front of the room and said, listen, if we go out and play a perfect game against the 49ers, they're a good team. They ended up winning the Super Bowl that year in 1996. He said, if we don't turn the ball over, if we make every play and we don't have any penalties, we got a chance against these guys. And I was like, oh my God, that was the kiss of death for me. I was like, oh man, this is not going to be good. This is not going to be a good year. And it wasn't. It was a 3-13 year, and it was an absolute disaster.
Joe Valerio, of course, Cup of Joe every Wednesday night. You hear great stories from a guy who played it, lived it, knows it. And by the way, the Chiefs, man, upset special, I guess. That Indy team that shows you the NFL, man, they tie the Texans, they get shut out, and now they got stuck playing the Chiefs, and they answered the bell.
They did. And it's funny because we were talking about on our podcast, it's the curse of the Colts. I mean, I was involved in probably the worst curse game in 1995 when we had home field throughout, Mike, and Jim Harbaugh comes in, and we were like double-digit favorite at home. We finished 13-3. It was probably the mentally the closest I've been to the Super Bowl in my career. Even though I was physically closer in '93 when we went to the AFC Championship game, we were mentally prepared to go to the Super Bowl. We pretty much owned the AFC at that point, and the Colts came in and beat us 10-7. We missed 3 field goals. It was like minus 10 degrees, and we lost that game. And it was so, the city just went into complete and utter mourning. And it's been one Colts loss after another. Upset losses too, not even just like, the years when the Colts had Peyton Manning and won the Super Bowls, like upset losses where they had no chance of winning and they did. So it's definitely becoming a curse for the Chiefs for sure. And I can't believe I was actually part of one of those.
Joe Valerio, of course, next Wednesday, more Cup of Joe here. We'll be at the quarter pole of the NFL season, and we'll kind of take a look at all things happening through 4 weeks here on the Sports Bash. All right, Joe, we'll catch up with you next week, pal.
Mike, great to be with you. Best to all the guys out at Charlie's watching on the stream. I saw that on Twitter. Love their wings when we're in Ocean City. Go out to Summers Point and get them. Go Charlie's.
Thanks, buddy. All right, Joe Valerio at Joe Valerio 73. Yes, you can watch the show. They had us on at Charlie's the other day, and if you go to your local establishment, ask the bartender, say, hey, put the Sports Bash on the TV for us. You can watch the show on the BFA Sports YouTube channel, the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel video provided by BFA Sports. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. I like Joe there. He hits Charlie's up when he's in the area. Those wings are fantastic, as we know. But the fantastic part is that they had the Sports Bash on in there the other day. I appreciate that. More Sports Bash coming up. Good morning, NFC East. Geoff Kerr's the host. We'll take a look at the state of the NFC East through the first 3 games. Giants, Dallas, Washington, Philly. Is there a clear favorite? Who's number 2? All 4 teams still in the mix. Geoff Kerr, that's next. This is the Sports Bash.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
All right, 5:35. Geoff Kerr's the host of Good Morning NFC East on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. He writes for CBS Sports. And, of course, he joins us on Wednesday nights right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Geoff Kerr, Good Morning NFC East. We've got 3 weeks of NFC East play. What are your NFC East power rankings so far?
Well, the Eagles got to be number one, right? I mean, they're undefeated. They've been blowing out all their opponents. I thought Minnesota was a good test for them. They obviously beat them to a pulp pretty good. Washington, they just got the Carson Wentz. I mean, the Eagles might have made Washington the worst team in the NFC East just by default. So I'll go Eagles 1. I will go with the Cowboys at 2 just because they did beat the Giants. It was an impressive win. They do have an impressive win over the Bengals. They're doing this with a dominant defense of a Cooper Rush. I'll put them at 2. Right now, I'll have to give the Giants 3 just because they are 2-1. I'm not sold on their wins by any means. I mean, the Titans, I guess, okay. Carolina's not any good. So I'll put them at 3. And Washington, I'll put at 4 for now. But obviously, this can all change if Washington wins on Sunday.
Yes, and we will get into that a little bit more on Friday. But over at CBSSports.com, you wrote one thing you learned about each team. I want to look at these NFC East teams. What did we learn about the Dallas Cowboys in their win?
What did I put for that, Mike? It's been 2 days.
Oh, well, you think that Cooper Rush should continue to play at least one more week.
I was going to set you up for that one, but yeah, Cooper Rush needs to play another week or two, I think, personally, Mike. And it doesn't look like Dak Prescott's going to be ready by Sunday anyway. I think they can beat Washington with Cooper Rush with that dominant defense. So,
well, what do you make of all the Jerry Jones? I hope there's a quarterback controversy here.
He's a moron. Dak Prescott is the quarterback. Dak Prescott, there's a reason why Dak Prescott is your starting quarterback. And I know everybody wants to go to the whole Drew Bledsoe, Tom Brady thing or the Joe Montana, Steve Young thing. Completely different scenario, of course. But I just look at it as, look, Cooper Rush is a nice asset to have. I think Dallas knows they have a good backup quarterback, but that team isn't going as far as they want to go with Cooper Rush as their quarterback.
One thing learned about the Giants in their loss.
Man, there are a couple things I could have said about the Giants, but really, Mike, I went with the offensive line. Somehow, the Dallas Cowboys made it worse than it was last year. Evan Neal was bad. I think he allowed 9 pressures on Monday night. And I think they are better talent-wise. I think Andrew Thomas is a pretty good tackle. I think Neal's going to be a pretty decent tackle, but the interior of their offensive line's beat up. I don't know. I just think when they face good teams like Dallas and the Eagles, or at least teams with good defenses, that offensive line's not going to look as good.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, Good Morning NFC East. As we're looking at the NFC East, one thing he learned about each team. Let's look at the Commanders, who were hosted Philadelphia, and I'm sure we learned a lot about them. But what's something that really stood out?
Well, this can hit to the heart of Eagles fans. Carson Wentz just holds on to the ball too long. And look, Washington gave up so many sacks on Sunday. They gave up 9. I think it was a total of 17, 18 pressure, something like that. Wentz has hit a lot, but at least 4 or 5 were Wentz is doing. Just holding on the ball too long, not going down to his check down guys. He still has to go down to his running backs, which is amazing. I think he was looking for the home run play, trying to beat the blitz, and it wasn't there. But a lot of those sacks were on Carson. Washington's offensive line isn't great, which we figured out Sunday, but Carson Wentz has to help him out.
Yeah, I know that Wentz had a rough day at the office. I don't know who had it worse, Daniel Jones or Carson Wentz, but the 2 NFC East losers this week, their quarterbacks absolutely had a rough day at the office. And then Philadelphia, what did you take away of one thing that you learned from that one?
So this was an interesting twist because I could have wrote about Jalen Hurts. I could have wrote about the defensive line. I did write about the defensive line, but I think it was the fountain of youth of Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox. Graham is 34 coming off a ruptured Achilles. He's got 3 sacks. Cox is 32 last year. We weren't even sure Cox was going to be back. I mean, the Eagles flat out just cut him, and then obviously they redid the deal, and everybody said he was getting paid too much for this year, $14 million, but that's looking like a really good deal right now with 3 sacks, and Fletcher Cox looks like he did 5 years ago, which is a great thing for Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that I think you're right. Many people were writing him off and wondering if he was at the end of the line. And now he's kind of looks like a rejuvenated player in John Gannon's defense. Give us a quick thought. Doug Pederson spoke today about the culture in Jacksonville and why that could be helping them maybe make a push for the playoffs this year.
I think so, just because of that division. And look, they're not a fluke 2-1. This is a really good defense. Number 1 in rush defense. They're number 1 in a couple of defensive categories. They've only allowed 10 points the last 2 games. And keep in mind, they played the Colts and the Chargers while doing that. Trevor Lawrence, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's taking care of the football. They have a really good running game. Their offensive line hasn't given up a sack in the last 2 games. This is a legitimate football team. I'm not saying they're going to win 10, 11 games here, but in the AFC South, 9 might do it. I think they're going to be in with the Colts for the rest of the season.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, and Good Morning NFC East. By the way, the Eagles announced last night, or the NFL announced last night, that the Eagles will wear their black helmets Week 12 against the Packers, Week 16 on Christmas Eve in Dallas, and then the regular season finale, Week 18 against the Giants. So you're going to get those black helmets for 3 games. But I think you and I are on the same page no, I'm not sure. I like the white helmet with the Kelly green wings. I know a lot of people like the Kelly green, but I like the white helmet with the Kelly green wings.
So I do too. I wish the Eagles would kind of have brought that back this year just for a one-off. And this is what I do like about the black helmets. I think they are going to be a one-off. I think it fits better with the whole blackout thing. Maybe because the Eagles wear black pants now with their white jerseys. Maybe that's why they did the black helmet this year. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes next year because they're bringing Kelly Green in. Or are they going to be allowed to have two alternate helmets? But it's going to be interesting. But I agree with you, Mike. I like the white helmet with the Kelly green. It was a nice 4-year run. They probably should have kept it. Anything Kelly green, I'm good for. But those white helmets were sick.
What are your thoughts on tomorrow night's Bengals threads?
I love them. The whole white tiger thing. I remember when they came out with their new uniforms last year, and you saw the white ones and you saw the white. I'm like, oh man, they need the white helmet. They're lifting the one show rule. They need that white helmet. Boy, did Cincinnati. I think they knew this was coming initially, and I think that's why they did. But yeah, those are going to look so clean. They're wearing them twice this year. I don't think those white helmets should be worn with anything other than the whole white.
Commanders are going all black this week.
I do like the Commanders. I honestly think the Commanders' black uniforms are better than their home and their road ones. I loved them when they came out. Everybody's like, they're too plain. I'm like, not for me. It's a new identity. They can add black to their jersey. I'm actually really going to like these.
Yeah. By the way, NFC East teams that are going to be having new uniforms, Washington is wearing the all black, and the Giants are going to the vintage look with the giant name on the side and the line underneath the Giants, the old LT look this weekend. How about that?
Are they wearing the blue jerseys or are they just wearing the helmet?
I believe they are wearing the I'm not 100% about which color jersey, but I definitely know they're going with the helmet.
Yeah. So I loved it personally. I loved it remember in 2016 when they did Color Rush, they decided to do a throwback. That's what I thought the Eagles should have did when they did Color Rush. I remember there was a big I think Chris Kramer from SportsLogos.net might have leaked it that the Eagles were considering silver and they ditched it and they just kind of went, oh, okay, yeah, we're just going to go green. I would like to see green on green for Philadelphia when Color Rush was a thing, but the Giants nailed it with their Color Rush, doing the throwback. And now that they brought back the 90s, they're bringing back the 90s. It's funny how 90s is vintage all of a sudden, Mike.
All right. Wake up tomorrow with Jeff Kerr on Good Morning NFC East. It starts at 7 o'clock a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. And I heard your conversation with Zach Gelb this morning. I know he's going to be in Atlantic City. He's hitting up Chef Ola, it sounds like, for a little meal and a bachelor party at Ocean Casino Resort. So we're watching Jeff Kerr tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., Good Morning NFC East. And, of course, he'll be back on Friday to give thoughts on all the NFC East matchups right here on the Sports Bash. All right, Jeff, take care, bud.
I'm glad you're listening, Mike. By the way, Gel's my boy. We always joke about how we need to be on each other's shows more. I think between the two of us combined, I think I've only been on this show like once or twice, and I finally got him on Good Morning NFC. So
he's big timing you, man. He's big timing you.
He ain't big timing me. He calls me up for the big ones. Let's just put it out.
All right, Jeff, man. Take care. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports and Good Morning NFC East. His appearance is brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. It's closer than you think. Shop their entire new inventory and take advantage of exceptional offers online anytime at BMWAtlanticCity.com. I want to thank Coach Lance Bailey, Lower Cape May Regional. Sent a nice care package up to the Sports Bash. Some nice threads with the Lower Cape May. You know, they got some of the nicest unis. Underrated down there. They got the Anchor Bowl this weekend. Odd-placed Anchor Bowl. No Thanksgiving. But you can watch that game on our website, 973ESPN.com. That's to Friday night. But thanks to Coach Bailey and the Caper Tigers. If any of the other high school teams out there want to send their threads in, Sports Bash loves repping the Cape Atlantic League squads. But the Caper Tigers are tough. They actually sent, did you see this? Ryan, if you could put it back up on the screen, I'm going to hide it up on the video screen. The Lower Cape May, they're having the Fight for the Fallen game next weekend. And these are the jerseys that they're going to be wearing in that game. You see the camo sleeves with the baby blue Lower Cape May, the LCMR black jersey. These are ridiculous. These are, talking about unis, got the flag on the back. You've got the military, the United States seal on the arm plate. I mean, bang. That's the Fight for the Fallen game next week. We'll have more details on that game, and you'll be able to watch that game on our website as well. So thanks to LCMR for the threads. We always appreciate the local team sending some threads to the Sports Bash studios. We will wrap up today's show. Coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, produced by BFA Sports.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
All right, 5:52, getting ready to get out of here. We have another chance for you to qualify for that Eagles Club Box seats coming up. Don't go away. Make sure you listen for your chance, your cue to call here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Getting you ready to get out of here on this, what day is it, Wednesday? I watched some more of the Dahmer last night.
Are you impressed still? Or are you
It's very well done. It is very well done. It's just disturbing, man.
Right. But the thing is, you're still watching, so it's still...
I'm going to watch the whole thing, yeah. I'm in.
It's got you hooked.
They've got me. I'm in. It's well done. The acting's very good. I like true stories. There's been some pushback, that some of the victims didn't get compensated, like the victims' families, stuff like that. His father's still alive, Lionel Dahmer.
Really?
He's like 86 years old. The mother died recently. I don't want to say recently, probably like 10 years.
Okay.
I think she had cancer.
Sorry to hear that.
But it is just a weird story, man. I mean, what? You wonder how somebody gets like that. How somebody gets like that. That would be my... As you're watching it, that's all you're thinking. I don't even know what his motive was. I don't even know what his motive was half the time.
Does anybody know? I mean, from what I understand, he was just a psychopath.
That's it. And he was luring men back to his house, but he wasn't luring them there to sleep with them or anything. He was just more attracted to them and infatuated with touching and looking at them more than anything else. It's just bizarre.
Creepy.
Like, hey, I have no care in the world what your preference is.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a preference, at least do something with the preference. I mean, jeez. He was bringing it back to have, I don't even know what, it's just so weird. I don't know. Tomorrow we're Chickies and Pete's and EHT.
On a happier note.
Yeah. I like EHT. I like Atlantic City. But we haven't been to the EHT one yet this year. This will be our first time, and I know...
Change things up.
Yeah, we'll be on the live video as well, so you can watch us live tomorrow on the BFA Live Sports stream. So if you're watching the show tomorrow, we'll be exclusively on the BFA Live Stream channel. So subscribe to BFA Live Stream YouTube channel so you can exclusively get us there tomorrow. Friday, by the way, Sal Powell, Clay Harbor, former Eagles and Jaguars tight end. He's host of the Believe in the Jaguars pod. Going to have to talk to him about his time on The Bachelorette, too. That'll be fun. Tomorrow, we're back. Sky Guasco with the Fantasy Fix. We'll get our first look at the schedule. Andrew DeCecco. Jeff Nadeau is back tomorrow as well. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. We're going to enter somebody else to win Eagles Commanders Club Box seats for Monday night, November 14th. Caller 7, good luck.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.